It's the NBA. Welcome to our Sunday night broadcast here on 2K Sports. We've got Doris Burke from the sideline. By my side, Steve Kerr and Clark Kellogg. Welcome, everyone. This is Kevin Hart. So for the Thunder, their last game, a loss to Denver.
I was not impressed at all with their...
Here's Millsap looking for his first bucket of the game. Curry meets him. And it's blocked out of bounds. And they'll keep possession. Here's Millsap. Really played well against the Clippers in his last outing.
Tell you what, things just aren't bouncing his way this quarter. They are setting the tone here early with their work on the boards.
Yeah, only a moderate advantage here, a slight one, but as the game wears on, it's one they'll definitely look to build on.
Just 5 on the clock. Millsap against Durant. Can't hit the step-back jump shot.
You know, guys, last season, this Thunder team was pretty decent defensively, and I think they only look to get better with the addition of Kendrick Perkins inside alongside Serge Ibaka, a terrific shot blocker.
He is.
I mean, the Thunder have a scary front court at the defensive end.
Robinson kicks to Durant. Here's the Beast. Right now averaging 7 points a game. Durant dishes to Curry. The basket good off the assist from Durant. Curry's got his second basket of the night. You know, the Thunder were already second in the league in blocks per game last season. Ibaka with 2.5 blocks a game. Durant gave you a block a game. It seemed like, Steve, everybody was getting involved in that particular part of the game.
And with Perkins on board, they could easily lead the league in defense this season. Perkins, when 100% healthy, can give you a couple blocks per game. He's very physical, very efficient, good position defender. So I would look for some major defensive improvement from the Thunder this season.
And blocked, but they retain possession. And they get it back. And the big-time jam. Let's see it again with the Sprite Slam Cam. Here's Curry. 26 points for him last game against Denver. They set the pick. Devin Harris covering. Robinson against Harris. Robinson passes to Durant. Clock at 6. Millsap is whistled for reaching in. That's his first foul. Here is Durant. Last game we saw him score 32. Outside Curry. No good on the three.
Devin Harris, Kevin, was an all-star with the Nets back in 2009, but injuries have held him back recently. He played 71 games last season, and that was the most he played in 4 seasons.
Here's Millsap, and such a nice move to make the basket work.
Scoring-wise, a really sluggish start for him, guys. I mean, just 2 for 7 overall.
And going back to Devin Harris, Clark, considered a scoring point guard, which is often kind of a backhanded compliment. He did set a career high in assists last year, Steve. Over 7 a game.
Yeah, and you know, when he was in New Jersey, he really didn't have a whole lot of help offensively. So we'll see how he can develop in Utah. They've always played a pretty specific system that involves everybody. And I think Devin Harris will have a chance to really blend in well there with the Jazz.
Let's go quickly over to Doris Burke for an update.
Hey, Kevin, Scott Brooks gave me a few minutes to share with him. He said that he has a team prepped for the shot blockers their opponents feature and has a countermeasure for it. He said we're going to turn things around on them, getting them up in the air with pump fakes, creating some contact, and get them in foul trouble. Let's see if they're successful.
Wonderful stuff, Doris. Thanks. What approach to use against the opposing D, I guess, in the front of their minds, it sounds like, Clark.
Yeah, well, it's a tall task when you take on a team as sound defensively as they are, so you just have to be sharp in your execution.
Steve?
Yeah, you got to be sharp, but you also have to attack. I mean, if you're not aggressive against this team, they're going to take control of you, and all of a sudden, they'll have control of the game.
Tabo Cephalosha has checked in for Nate Robinson. Ibaka comes with the double team. Harris kicks to Favors. Now the pass to Karolinko. Here's Millsap, and again it's Utah. Here's Curry. 6 points for him. Jefferson picks him up. Curry backing down. Cephalosha. Here's the Beast. Taken away by Karolinko.
And look at how quickly he got his hands in the way of that pass.
For the finish, and it's slammed in by Millsap.
Easy finish there.
Defense was helpless.
Thunder trailing by 5. Ibaka with the screen on Millsap. Curry outside. The basket good off the assist from Durant. 9 points for Steph Curry.
That's 4 of 5 to start this game, guys. He's rolling.
Harris kicks to Favors. Thunder with the rebound.
Scott Brooks, winner of the 2010 Coach of the Year award. He and, of course, Kevin Durant have been a big reason why the Thunder have moved up the ladder to become one of the league's elite teams.
Harris outside. Favors with the screen. Ibaka comes with the double team. Back to Harris. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Goes straight up. Outside Karolinko. And here is Jefferson. He really was a guy who also stepped up in that win against the Clippers. Over Cephalosha. Jefferson's shot is off. Back to Brooks for a second. It's been amazing to see him transform his team from what they were, Steve, to what they are now.
Well, every year they've taken steps forward, and now they're poised to become one of the elite teams in the league. It gets a lot tougher, though, from here on out. The honeymoon is over, and it's time for them to get to that elite level, and they've got to get better. They have to make some internal improvement.
Shot to stop the run. Jefferson can't get that one to fall.
Now, bad timing. His team trailing, and this has not been a quarter that he'd like to remember.
Out of bounds. And they retain possession. Now let's take a look at the list of players who have been absolutely lighting it up. These are the NBA scoring leaders over the last 10 games. Kevin Durant, number 1.
Kevin, you know this.
Here is Watson. He feeds it to Okur. Lets the 3 fly. That's good, and the assist goes to Watson. Okur's got himself on the board with 3 there. Taking a look at the Jazz. They've got C.J. Miles. Favors is out there with Memo Okur. Then there's Bell, and it's Watson in at the point guard. 13 feet out, and that one goes long.
Check out the Pando Pet
Another
Cafe
board
to
just
play with me.
continuing to add to that big rebound margin.
And it's a bit ironic, guys. I mean, you would think the score wouldn't be so close the way they're dominating the glass. But this one is still in the balance.
6 on the shot clock. Here's Okur. Inside leaner. The Beast corrals the miss inside. The Thunder leading by 5.
Well, the Jazz have been such a model of consistency for so long as a franchise. That's why last year was strange, seeing them finish below 500 and out of the playoff picture.
The 3 is launched, and that one's good. Miles has got himself going with the triple, his first basket of the game. Timeout is called. First of the game for the Thunder. Back to that point Steve was making about the Jazz. The franchise has had success for so many years, such a long time. It'll be interesting, Clark, to see how they handle, maybe a downswing or maybe a couple down years here as they rebuild.
Well, you know what, Kevin? I think it's going to take a little bit for them to get back to where they once been. The parts and pieces have to be added, and it's hard to imagine the Jazz out of the playoffs for too long, but they've got some work to do in upgrading their personnel.
Here's Cephalosha. Got a piece of it. Here's the Beast. Just 3 to shoot. Okur with the block. Bell's shot is good. Bell's got his first points of the night. Here's Cephalosha. Over Okura. The Thunder with another miss. And it's the Jazz's ball. They've got an 8-0 run.
That's like a Hail Mary pass in football. Too risky. Well, that's great. You take advantage of that turnover and convert at the other end.
Absolutely. I mean, points off turnovers this time generated off the steal.
Now Watson. From the top of the key, again the Jazz score.
Now you have to love the vision to find the open man and get him the ball.
Cephalosha kicks to Durant. Here's Cephalosha. Elbow shot is on the way. And it's Durant missing.
And Kevin Durant has been the league's leading scorer 2 years running. In fact, his numbers actually dropped last year, but he still averaged 28 points per game. He's only 23 years of age. What a future.
Utah calls timeout. They come into this having outplayed the Clippers last game.
You're not going to shoot as well as they did in that one and lose too many games. They were on fire.
Yeah, they were. Lights out is how they shot it.
A different look for Oklahoma City. Daquan Cook's checked in for Ibaka. And Steph Curry subbed in for Thabo Cephalosha. The Jazz also changing it up. Al Jefferson is checked in for Okura. Millsap comes in for Derek Favors. And Devin Harris is subbed in for Earl Watson. And it's Miles missing. As you mentioned, Steve, Durant just 23. You think he's got, Clark, a few more scoring titles in his future?
Oh, I would certainly think so. I mean, you watch him and you look at his frame. He's a little taller, but he puts you in mind of George Iceman Gervin, how easily he's able to score, his long limbs, and just the ability to score from a variety of angles and make it look easy. I mean, he never seems to be laboring to score the basketball.
I had to believe that at one time or another he's watched some Gervin tape.
Iceman could put you on ice.
Yes, he could.
Yeah, he could put you on ice with all the scoring he could do.
Curry dishes to Cook. Back to Curry.
And I like the aggressiveness defensively, forcing that mistake.
Bell passes to Miles. Gets to the rim for two with the D all over him. Miles has got 7 points for the quarter. Here's Curry. 11 points in the game. Here is Cook. Devin Harris covering. Al Jefferson grabs the miss. And it's Utah's ball. They're on a 12-4 run. Now, here is Bell, defended by Durant. Screen by Jefferson. Clock at 4. Shoots off the screen. That's good. Jefferson's got 6.
Well, they've finally taken the lead after a furious run.
Well, they took their bumps and lumps earlier, but dusted themselves off, and now they're fighting back.
Here we are in November. Let's see how things are shaking out in the West early in the season. You look at the Jazz, off to a great start this season, currently in second. And, of course, the Oklahoma City Thunder. They find themselves with the dregs of the conference.
Well, I think for Utah, they've got to be very pleased with how this campaign has kicked off for them.
Well, it's been a good start, and they'd like to keep it going. Obviously, the NBA season being so long, it's tough to maintain a start like this. But all they can do is just focus on each and every game and try to keep this momentum that they've built here in the early going.
And the basket good. Now it's a 4-point Jazz lead.
In the first, he had trouble hitting with any consistency. But here in the second, he's turned it around.
Now a timeout called by Oklahoma City.
Well, you know, the Thunder have one heck of a home court advantage here in Oklahoma City. I mean, they don't call it Loud City for nothing.
Both teams deciding to change it up. Here's Curry. He's got 11. Right for the Thunder last season, 30-11 on their home floor. But this crowd has been packing the building even when they had the 4th worst record in the NBA.
Well, Oklahoma City is a one-sport town, a one-team town, Kevin. The only major sports team there, and the fans so passionate there, and they're very fortunate to have a talented young club to follow and to support. And it's going to be very interesting to see how this team develops over the next few years. They've got a great home court advantage.
Shot clock at 2, and Hayward gets it to go.
Coming back with a 3 of their own. I like that. Good response.
Yeah, I agree with you. See, this is a team that will not back down. I mean, I'm not surprised to see them answer that way.
Baca backs down. He goes up. Shot is off. Jefferson with some nice D.
That was a layup, and you've got to knock that down. You've got to convert when you get those opportunities.
Harris outside. Millsap working against Curry. Fades away. The Thunder pull it in. This their first chance this season playing the Jazz.
And as you'd expect, they pretty much handled this team a year ago.
Kirilenko hauled in, and it's Utah's ball. They're on a 19-7 run. No luck, so Oklahoma City will take it the other way. Park, opposite ends of the conference here. The expectations are pretty much the same as last season.
Well, Kevin, you never know what's going to happen. You don't know where the upsets will take place, but they do occur pretty much all the time.
Harris kicks to Hayward. And Curry picks him up defensively. Hayward with the ball. Guarded by Curry. Curry with the defensive effort. If they time it right, they can end this quarter with a 2-for-1.
Yeah, that's the smart move there. That's how you want to end the quarter, but make sure you get a good solid possession here.
Here's the beast, and the officials call a traveling violation. And here is our 2K leaderboard. These teams have been on fire over the course of the past 10 games. The Thunder in 4th.
It's due to better shots.
And so we wrap up the first half. Jazz lead by 6.
The Jazz.
No better way to unwind on a Sunday night. We've got your HP halftime report. Utah with the lead against Oklahoma City. They've been all over the offensive glass, pure hustle from start to finish. Their top scorer, Paul Millsap. The Warriors came out on top against...
Well, both sides have assessed what they need to do over the break in halftime. Here is Bell.
Nice to meet
Guarded by
you.
Robinson.
I'm picky.
Price outside. 6 to shoot for the lead. No good. And Utah the other way. The beast, he's in at the 4 spot. Maynard is out there with Nate Robinson. And it's Durant. And it's Muhammad in at the 5. That's the lineup in the game for Oklahoma City. The dive for the ball. It's stolen by Bell. And it's recovered by the Jazz.
Great hands down low. Gets the takeaway.
And here's Price. Right now averaging 5 points a game. Kirilenko dishes to Favors.
What a way to come into the NBA last year for Derek Favors. His name was mentioned in trade rumors all season long. Thought he was going to end up in Denver. Finally landed in Utah. But he's got a ton of potential, and he's working hard. He's got a chance to be a good player.
And he ends up missing both free throws. Now Maynard. Backing down. Here's the beast. Guarded by Kirilenko. The beast commits the loose ball foul. That's foul number 2 for him. Utah leading. Here's Price. Back to Kirilenko. Feeds to Miles. 5 on the clock. Back to Kirilenko. With 1 on the clock. The Thunder pull it in. Durant's got 3 rebounds now in this one. And Steve, Derek Favors for rookie. He has already shown that he can rebound and block shots at the NBA level. All right, so Clark, that being said, it looks like he's got the complete package, all the tools.
Yeah, he does have great physical tools. And I think he'll be an impact player defensively before he will offensively. He's got some rough edges that have to be rounded out. But again now, he's a big guy, only 19 years old. If he can stay healthy, let's see where he is 3, 4, 5 years from now. And I think he got a chance to be really good.
Now Muhammad. From beyond the arc. Whoops, there's the 24-second shot clock violation, so they'll turn it over. Here's a look at what's coming up for the Utah Jazz. They'll be playing host to Chicago for their next game. That game is the first and last of their homestand. For the Thunder, Serge Ibaka has checked in for Muhammad. Cephalosha comes in for Kevin Durant. And Steph Curry subbed in for Nate Robinson. Then for the Jazz, Al Jefferson is checked in for Favors. Millsap comes in for C.J. Miles. Devin Harris subbed in for Ronnie Price. Harris passes to Millsap. Bell. Harris outside. The Jazz need to get off a shot here. And there's Al Jefferson on the assist by Harris. 10 points for Al Jefferson.
A disappointing season for Utah a season ago, but they did accumulate some pretty strong players inside with Al Jefferson, Paul Millsap, and of course the trade that brought Derek Favors as well.
Let's get back to the Jazz for just a moment. They know where their strength lies, and they're going to try to work it in.
Yeah, without question. I mean, the strength, Kevin, is in the paint area. I mean, that's where they want to pound the ball, and that's where they feel like they have an advantage. This roster very much fits with the physical history and makeup of this Utah Jazz franchise.
Ibaka comes with the double team. Maynor, and we're going to have a jump ball. It's tied up there.
That is a jump ball.
The Jazz get the tip. Shot clock at 6. Harris outside. No good from outside.
Early on, he tried to shoot his way out of this funk, but later in the game now, he might want to just give it up and look for his teammates to do the scoring.
Bell's shot is good. And the Jazz lead by 5. Now Maynard. Now the feed to Cephalosha. Here's Maynard. Tries for the... Oh! Man!
Boy, how about the touch on that pass? Lobbed it up there nice and soft, feathery.
Yeah, looked like it made Steve for a pretty easy catch.
Well, the pass may have been soft, but the dunk was anything but.
Jazz leading by 3. Now here is Harris, averaging 18 points a game. Backing down is Jefferson. And the rejection by Ibaka. Here's Oklahoma City. They've trailed by as many as 6. Here's Curry. Guys, some great passing from him.
Yeah, it makes it tough for the defense to chase that ball around when it moves that crisply all over the court.
Yeah, it sure does, Clark. And look at the assist totals. They're piling up. I mean, this has been a nice game execution-wise for this club.
Well, they've done a lot of their damage from mid-range here, guys. I mean, knocking down those shots with regularity.
Yeah, how about 8 of their last 10 points, guys, coming off that mid-range area jump shot. So shows you don't have to be at the rim to score.
Passes to Ibaka. Millsap on him. Tipped away. Out of bounds. They'll keep possession. And here's the upcoming schedule for the Thunder. They're off to San Antonio after this game, bringing their show to the AT&T Center. That will be a getaway game for them, a 1-game road trip. So both teams making some changes here. Here's Curry. 14 points for him. Just 4 to shoot. Oklahoma City needs to get off a shot. And it's Cook missing.
You know, when he has the ball outside like that, that's exactly the kind of D they need to play on it.
Price outside. And Curry picks him up defensively. Bell with it. The dish now to Jefferson. Fade away. Good. And it's a 7-point Jazz lead.
I tell you what, right now that mid-range jumper serving them well.
Yes, it is, guys. That's 6 of their last 10 points coming from that mid-range area.
Here's the beast, and he drops in the layup off the glass. 6 points for him.
3 straight buckets in the paint. They're making it look effortless.
Well, speaking of effortless, we'd like to see a little more out of the defense. So how about trying, guys?
Now, here is Bell. He's covered closely. Price outside. Beat the shot clock, but it's off the mark.
It seems like he tightens up, guys, when he gets close to the rim, especially with a defender nearby.
And it's sent back by Jefferson. But they'll get another chance. What's up a 3? A rebound by Jefferson. Jefferson's got 9 rebounds in the game, getting it done.
Well, Al Jefferson did not get off to a great start for Utah following that trade from Minnesota last offseason, but as the season went on, he really picked it up, and he finished strong.
Poked loose. Price guarded by Curry. No good from Price.
You know, with very little defense there, that's a shot he should be taking and making.
Yeah, going back to Jefferson, as Steve was just talking about, when Clark 2011 came around, it seemed to me at least he was a whole different player.
Yeah, he really was. I mean, when he's healthy, he's a guy, and he's growing. You know, with young, big guys, you got to give them time, Kevin, and people oftentimes expect too much too soon. A big guy takes probably 4 to 6 years to develop into who he's going to be as an NBA player, and Jefferson right on that trajectory now.
Yeah, and down the stretch, he was terrific.
Yeah, he was outstanding. I mean, he's a force down low.
Kirilenko kicks to Price. Good look, and he nails the jumper.
That's 10 straight points on mid-range jump shots.
You know, to paraphrase a Bible verse that says, love covers over a multitude of sins, good shooting does the same thing in basketball.
Here's the beast.
Great anticipation getting that steal. Now running a little bit of time off. Looks like they're going to play for the final shot.
Steve, you're right. If nothing presents itself, hold for one.
Right side Jefferson over Perkins. Jefferson gets the bucket. And it's a 6-point Jazz lead.
Tough assignment for that defender with the size mismatch we're seeing.
Yeah, I just don't think he's big enough to handle it.
Tune in this Thursday. Andre Iguodala.
And now our sideline reporter, Doris Burke, has a report for our Sprite Spark of the game. Doris?
Thank you, Kevin. And it's the Jazz with the Spark Award for the stretch they put together. The team got on a...
And so it's Utah easily...
Obviously, the team didn't bring it tonight. How does the way you prepare for the next game change after a loss like this?
Well, it gives me some extra motivation, I know that much. And I hope the same is true for my teammates. Nobody in this league should ever feel good about losing like we did tonight. If I don't light a fire underneath every single player on this team, I'm going to be disappointed. But knowing these guys, I bet they're just as fired up as I am. And that means we're going to come out strong next game. You can count on that.
We're coming at you from the AT&T Center in beautiful San Antonio as the Spurs prepare to take the court. Hello again, everybody. It's Monday Night Basketball. Kevin Harlan, Clark Kellogg, and Steve Kerr here, bringing you the NBA on 2K Sports. Here's Parker. A 20-point game for him in the win against Sacramento. Ginobili against Durant. Durant against Ginobili. Just 5 on the clock. And Blair gets it to go. Here's Curry. 17 points for him last game against Utah.
You know, fellas, this Oklahoma City team is built the right way. I mean, it's been done with patience through the draft. I mean, you got to have some good fortune there when you're talking about the draft. The money's been spent wisely. And now I think they're starting to approach the finished product, a team capable of winning NBA titles for years to come. Certainly they'll be contending for them, you would think.
Sure. Doris Burke has an update for us. Doris?
Kevin, earlier I had a chance to speak with Greg Popovich. Last season, Kevin Durant established himself as perhaps the elite scorer in the NBA. Coach told me he's very conscious of what the Durantula is capable of. He can make shots from 3. He can drive in either direction. He can post up. There are simply no holes in his game.
Thank you, Doris. And the dunk by Jefferson.
Well, there are two guys thinking of
2-4.
like perfect pass and perfect catch. Well done both ways.
And for the Thunder, they've been a team that has preached defense first. And with the addition of Kendrick Perkins, that certainly adds now to a big, athletic, and physical, tough team up front. And really from top to bottom, Steve.
Yeah, and they've got a nice bench, too, Kevin. There's not a whole lot lacking on this roster. But what they have to do is improve from within. Last year, I thought they were exposed in the playoffs. They didn't get great shots. They didn't look fluid offensively. Those are areas that they can improve upon.
Curry against Parker. Parker with the steal.
And I like the aggressiveness defensively, forcing that mistake.
And he finishes at the rack. Parker's got his first 2 points.
No prettier shot than the finger roll, smooth and beautiful. It's a joy to see.
There's a screen. Left side of Ibaka. Duncan on him. 6 to shoot. Here's the beast. It's hauled in by Blair. Spurs leading by 4. Some firepower, Clark and Steve, from this offense.
Yeah, Kevin, how about the air confidence? I mean, they really look like they believe in what they're doing.
Yeah, a little swagger here from this team. They're in a nice groove.
Outside Durant. Picked up by Ginobili. Durant kicks to Ibaka. Over Jefferson. And Serge Ibaka, the bucket on the assist by Durant.
Well, Kevin Durant creates so much space for his shot. I thought at times he settled a little bit too much for long-range shots, and where he could make the most improvement is down on the block with a post game.
Parker dishes to Duncan. The jump hook, that's good. Speaking of Durant, Clark, and working in the post, do you think he's strong enough physically to be effective down there?
At this point in time, that's one area he needs to get better at. He needs to add more strength in terms of being a post player. If he's taller than the guy defending him, then I think he can be somewhat effective. But that's an area of growth for him. As he gets more aggressive and adds to that frame of his, then I think he can really be a difficult guy to defend in the low post. But he's not there yet.
Because, you know, the initial defense is going to be strong. And a lot of times you go over and you have somebody Now you have 2 guys on that, and that's tough.
That's exactly right.
Thunder trailing by 6. They set the pick. Here's the beast. Outside Durant. Good luck. Curry can't get it to go.
He thought he made that one.
He sure did. I mean, it was an excellent look. It just didn't go down.
Parker outside. Takes it up. And easy 2 points on the layup. Parker's got his second basket of the game.
Right now, it's all working for him here in the first. The shots have been falling.
Yeah, their offense has been very impressive. If they keep this up, Clark, they're going to be tough to beat.
Parker with the steal.
Well, it's 4 turnovers now. We're barely halfway through the first quarter.
And, Steve, that's self-inflicted trouble. I mean, you turn it over like that, it'll hold you back for the whole game.
Jefferson against Ibaka. Durant against Ginobili. A chance to extend the lead to double digits, but it's no good.
They're in attack mode early, guys, really cleaning up the glass.
Well, it's +5 in rebounding here in the first quarter. I mean, in a 4-quarter game, if that margin continues, that's +20 rebounds. That would be almost assuring a win. You know, guys, the Spurs played great basketball against their Western Conference foes. I mean, they went 38-14 against the West.
Free throw good by Curry. Steve, when you look at the Spurs' regular season dominance a season ago, what was the key in your mind?
I thought it was Greg Popovich's style. I mean, he decided to go away from that traditional inside-out game. They got much faster as a team. They played a higher pace. And Pop knew they had to take advantage of their scoring and to cover up for the fact that they're no longer one of the most talented teams in the NBA.
Parker outside. And Curry picks him up defensively. It's Ginobili outside. And it's good on the assist by Parker. Parker's got his 3rd assist on the night.
Well, you look at last season, guys, the Spurs had the best record in the Western Conference. Almost unbeatable at home, where they were 36-5.
And he's good on the second. Here's Ginobili. He has 5. Guarded now by Durant. Takes a 3. Ginobili can't hit. Steve, you talk about the San Antonio crowd, one of the most terrific fan bases of any sports franchise. They're just so much in love with everything this franchise does.
Yeah, really, when you think about it, those fans, I mean, the Spurs are their pride and joy. I mean, they're enthusiastic, knowledgeable. The most successful small market team in the league is San Antonio. So the bond between the team and the community is really something special. It's neat to see.
Clark, I said any sport, and I do believe it. I mean, you talk Green Bay fans, New York Giant fans, and you know, I mean, if you're talking about a bond, that's a great word to use, bond. There is a bond between
big
the
time,
team and the fans.
yeah, big time connection. You know, the Thunder guys showed their talent in the playoffs last season. I think that devastating loss to Dallas in Game 4 of the conference finals was where they finally kind of caved in.
And the Spurs making a change here. Honors checked in.
And Clark, you mentioned Game 4 of that Oklahoma City-Dallas series, a 15-point lead for the Thunder with 5 minutes left in the game. Dallas came back and forced overtime. And I remember the Thunder's incredible fans, even amidst the most heartbreaking loss of the season. They were chanting OKC, OKC till the bitter end. They have diehard support there in Oklahoma City.
To the middle, straight up. Here's the beast, and an emphatic dunk.
Boy, even with the double team, he had the vision to find the open man.
Parker outside. And Curry picks him up defensively. And here's Potter from the arc. No good. And the Thunder go the other way. This game coming after a loss against the Jazz.
They were very sloppy in that game. You look at the turnovers, and that's what cost them. They couldn't take care of the ball, and that really hurt them.
Guys, I'm telling you right now, I mean, you're not winning if you're turning the ball over on a regular basis. It just doesn't work. They don't go together, winning and turnover.
Now Ginobili. Playing Sacramento, he was nearly unstoppable. Trying to get back on track. Rebounded by Serge Ibaka.
And total domination on the glass by them so far.
Well, the anticipation has been outstanding, exquisite. I mean, it seems like they've got an extra sense as to know where the ball is coming off.
Puts it up. Nice fake, but the layup off the mark.
Scott Brooks enjoyed a long.
San Antonio leading. Going back to Brooks. Even won a title, Steve, with the 94 Rockets.
Yeah, he was a tough player. One of those guys who'd pick you up full court, 94 feet, defend and scrap and claw for everything. And not really surprising to me that he eventually became a coach.
So with Durant sitting on the bench, this is who Scott Brooks has out there. The Beast in at power forward. Steph Curry's out there with Cephalosha. And there's Jaquan Cook, and it's Muhammad in at the center, filling out the middle. 5 to shoot. Here's Cephalosha. Foul call that time on the way up. That'll give him 2 chances at the free throw line here.
Well, Oklahoma City is a team that has gotten better and better the last few years. And they continue to get better against the Western Conference, too. A 5-game improvement.
Allah. That's the moment, guys, and I'm back.
In their record versus the West a year ago from the season before.
And he can't hit the second. And the Thunder tougher against the West. We talked about that 5-game improvement. But they match up well, it seems, Clark, with just about anybody in the Western Conference. And I'll even throw the East in there, too.
Yeah, no question. I mean, I like this team's versatility. When you look at the Thunder, they've got a lot of things. I mean, they've got size, strength, athleticism. You need those ingredients if you're going to be a contender, and you have to be able to win different ways. And Oklahoma City is the kind of team that's growing into that. A well-rounded roster. They're young, so as they get more seasoning, they're going to be a really difficult team to handle for a long time.
Here's the Beast. 7 points in the game. Missed inside.
They are really struggling with fouls, Kevin. It's still early, but one more foul, and they're over the limit.
Spurs leading by 3. Ginobili the best to Anderson. Back to Ginobili. Curry meets him. Ginobili kicks to Jefferson. On the wing. Gets it to go. Jefferson's got 4 points this quarter.
Well, that's been nice, efficient work, guys, that he's been doing. I mean, we haven't seen him take many bad shots, and that's the sign of a mature, poised player.
And defensively, remember, you got to fight through screens to avoid giving up open looks.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Steve. And the defense has to go over the top of that screen. I think that's how they get it done.
Ginobili with the ball. 5 points in the game. He had a nice open look right there. Ginobili's got 8.
They brought up their three-point percentage this quarter. They're shooting it well right now. The defense may need to think about making some kind of adjustment to slow that down.
And Richard Jefferson coming off of a year last season where he started out strong, but he really didn't keep up the pace, and his consistency slipped as the season went on.
Thunder trailing by 5. And the powerful one-handed slam.
You know, you get better elevation with the one-hand dunk, and it's the most basic of all. Keep it simple.
And probably the most reliable.
Yeah, hard to mess that one up.
Back to that production dip by Jefferson, around 15 points in November, down to 9 or 10 at the end of the year.
Yeah, it's hard to put my finger on exactly what happened there, but clearly the numbers do indicate there was a big drop-off, and it carried over into the playoffs as well. His scoring really dropped in that series against the Grizzlies.
Here's what San Antonio's going with right now. Matt Bonner, he's checked in for Splitter. McDyess comes in for Tim Duncan. And Tony Parker is subbed in for James Anderson. Now here's Parker. 10 points for him. Backing down is Jefferson. And here's Potter from the arc. And unable to corral the miss, and it goes on a play. Here now the league's highest scoring teams the past 10 games. What a stretch it has been for these guys. 5th on the list, the Thunder.
Well, this is only a trend over a few games out of a very, very long season. But the coach has got to be pleased that his team has been able to score big with some consistency.
Here we are in November. Let's see how things are shaking out in the West early in the season. You take a look at the Spurs, 3rd best record here in the early going. And, of course, Oklahoma City way down the ladder.
You know, checking out Oklahoma City, they've had a disastrous season in a lot of ways. I mean, you can tell that by looking at their place in the standings. It's been ugly for them.
I don't know how this happened, guys. I really don't. This is a team that had plenty of talent. I think people genuinely thought it was a playoff club. But, boy, once things started to go wrong, man, they just went straight south.
Durant for 3, and that's good. Robinson picking up the assists. That's 10 points for Kevin Durant. And here is Ginobili. 8 points for him. From 11 feet away, McDyess, good. And the Spurs lead by 2.
Nice kick out after the defense had collapsed on him.
Robinson kicks to Durant. Over Jefferson, and Oklahoma City again with the bucket.
Well, after a slow first quarter, he's starting to pick it up a bit here.
Now Parker, he's got 10 off his foot, and it's whistled a kick. Here's Ginobili. Leads him in there. Bonner. The Thunder pull it in. Ibaka's got his 5th rebound right now in the game. And this game, the first chance they've had to see the San Antonio Spurs.
And not one of these games went their way last season.
And a quick look now at how San Antonio's schedule is shaping up. They'll be hosting Orlando for the next one. And that's the 3rd of 4 straight played at home. Here is Durant. We saw him with 29 points last game. He feeds it to Cephalosha.
We'll see if they can make some adjustments at halftime to try to get him some easier looks and get him on track.
And the go-ahead bucket, no good. Two teams, Clark, fighting tooth and nail near the top of the conference. That hurts to get swept.
It's certainly demoralizing. You can't help but feel like that team has got your number. They're handling you all the time.
He's covered by Ginobili. Deflected. Out of bounds. And they'll keep possession. And here's the upcoming schedule for the Thunder. They'll face the Lakers after this one. That'll be at home. That'll be the first of 2 straight at home. And the Spurs with... And the first half is now in the books. Spurs lead by 7.
And it's been a great basketball game. Portland with a win against the Bobcats.
Oh my God.
So with Ginobili sitting on the bench, here's how the floor looks for Greg Popovich.
Welcome.
Jefferson Duncan making up the forwards. James Anderson is out there with Tony Parker, and it's Blair in at the center position. Pass to Parker. Launches it. No good.
Boy, I'm always impressed, guys, by how solid the Spurs are defensively. Last season, the 11th best defensive team in the league. They've got an established system. Again, players that fit into a system and execute it well, and it's been running for well over a decade, really. Everybody on the same page there.
6 on the shot clock. Got a piece of it. Off the mark, had a chance to trim it to single digits.
Just 1 of 4 now to start this 3rd quarter.
You know, Clark, for the Spurs, I think, as Tim Duncan is starting to slow down just a bit. You see it there, or at least as he's transitioning into the later stages of his career, they're looking for another tough interior defender to take up some slack.
Yeah, I think they're hoping that Tiago Splitter, who was a rookie last season, will make some big strides here this year and really help San Antonio on the glass and at the defensive end of the floor down on that block.
And Curry picks him up defensively. Here's Duncan. And so he draws the foul on the shot on trip to the line to shoot 2. It's on Kevin Durant.
Well, Tim Duncan is basically regarded as the greatest power forward of all time, but I would argue that he's actually a center. But, of course, since he came into the league playing next to David Robinson, he was referred to as a power forward, and I guess that's the position he wants to be called.
And Tim Duncan, like you said, Steve, really the center for the Spurs. Now, he's typically guarding centers, and they're typically guarding him.
Okay, man.
In a lot of ways listed as a power forward, just kind of depending what kind of talent they got up front.
Well, especially now that he's slowing down.
Why didn't
he's
Books
matched
out,
up
man?
more with centers. That's really his position. But regardless, he's still among the very best big men in the history of the game, no matter what.
Oh, okay. My fault. Sorry,
He's
guys.
got to know better than to try to force that pass down low.
And the dunk by Jefferson.
As soon as they made that steal, they was off and running.
Yep, and they acted on it, partner. That's an easy 2 points off the pilfer.
Here's Curry. He has 7. Back to Durant. Curry with it. Off the pick. And he caught that pass in full stride on his way to the big slam.
Well, that's a solidly executed pick play. I mean, it paid dividends with that nice dunk.
Exactly the result they were looking for.
Yeah, it worked so well. I mean, he got set, did not shuffle his feet. Really well done there offensively.
One thing about Pop is that he can be hard on his own players, but he gets their respect because he's equally hard on all of his players. I mean, you could be the 12th man on the bench or Tim Duncan. If you mess up, he's going to let you know about it.
Ibaka backs down. He goes up.
Come
Rebound by
on.
the Spurs.
Come on,
You
Ibaka.
think, Steve, this is something that all coaches can mimic of Pop, the way he is hard on player 1 through 12, and certainly has his favorites and guys he's had around, but I think he treats them all like men. I think they appreciate that. His lines of communication are amongst the best in the NBA.
Yeah, he's got a great sense of humor. He can be very pointed and serious, but also very funny, and he knows when to be light and when to be really hard on his players. And so I think they have a good understanding that he cares about them and they want to be coached and they really accept.
What are you doing, man?
Spurs leading by 16. Here's Parker. He's got 14. Outside Jefferson. Just 4 to shoot. Puts up a 3. And again, it's the Spurs
Oh my
from
God.
The impressive play there. They have been really good offensively.
Piling up the points en route to this big lead, guys. I mean, they've been unstoppable.
Curry against Parker. 18 feet away. Curry's shot is good. Curry's got his 3rd basket of the night right there. Here's Parker.
They are bringing the intensity defensively.
And that's what full court man-to-man's all about, intensity and focus.
Time called here. The Spurs decide to talk it over.
Well, Oklahoma City has been gradually improving over the last few seasons, and one of the things they've done better at is winning on the road. Last year, 25-16, one of the very best marks in the NBA.
Here's Duncan working on Ibaka. It's a look, and Duncan finishes inside. Duncan's got 8.
And I like his aggressiveness going to the hoop using that height advantage.
And for the Thunder, that continued improvement on the road, and Stevie just said 25.
Oh, watch out for low. Run for cover, young fella. With that one, boy, they got the crowd buzzing there.
A pretty perfect play all around.
What a fantastic dunk to finish it off, too.
Ginobili outside. Here's Green. That shot's good on the assist by Ginobili. Green's got his 2nd bucket of the night.
Another open look, hits bottom from outside.
Yep, and that's 3 of their last 5 makes from beyond the arc.
Ibaka, no luck.
An easy look there, but, you know, he misses those once in a while.
And foul called as he misses. He'll go to the line and shoot 2.
Boy, it really had to be deflating for the Spurs after winning 61 games in the regular season to be bounced out of the playoffs by the Grizzlies in the 1st round. And it raised some interesting and difficult questions for them moving forward.
Going back, Clark, to that 1st round upset, the 2nd time an 8th seed has ever won in a 7-game series. And the Spurs were thoroughly outplayed, Steve, by the Memphis Grizzlies. Zach Randolph, Marc Gasol. What a collection. Grizzlies got by him.
Yeah, that didn't feel like an 8th seed, did it? I mean, Randolph and Gasol so dominant in the front court. And then I thought Memphis's defense was really good, too. But the Spurs, as well as they played the regular season, just didn't have it in the playoffs. I think they needed an infusion of some young talent there in San Antonio.
Splitter is checked in for Tim Duncan. Both shots good from the stripe.
We have
Here's
55
Ginobili.
on a
He's got
free
14.
throw.
Ginobili right side. Here's Blair. Thunder with the rebound.
And not really the guy you want taking that shot there.
Well, it was an open question to start last season whether the older elite teams could stay on top, and during the regular season they seemed to do pretty well. The Spurs, Lakers, Mavs, the Celtics all ranked in the top 3 in their respective conferences, but the big picture started to become a little less rosy once we got the playoffs going.
The dive for the ball. Here's Curry.
Now, the defense struggled in the 1st half, but you can see they've come out much more focused here in the 2nd.
And again, no good by Oklahoma City. Clark, you're right. Going back to those veteran teams last season, the Spurs knocked out in the first round. Celtics and Lakers beaten convincingly in the second round, Steve. Major statements made in both conferences.
Yeah, it seems like last year was almost a changing of the guard type season in the NBA, Kevin. You had the older teams, as you mentioned, like the Celtics and Lakers and Spurs, going out relatively early in the playoffs, and then some of the younger groups, whether it was Oklahoma City or Chicago or Miami, really coming to the forefront. And I think over the next decade, we're definitely looking at a brand new kind of regime change in the NBA.
Here's Quinn. He's got 5. Now here's Blair. 3-pointer. Quinn, good. He's got 8.
Yeah, you can tell they're getting frustrated defensively out here. All these 3-pointers falling.
Yeah, Steve, they're ready to throw their hands up. You can see it. The frustration is very visible. I mean, when you spread the floor and shoot the 3 the way they've done here in the second half, it's really hard to defend.
And it's Cook missing.
Couldn't convert, but nice little 2-man game there.
Come on, Durant, you've been alone.
Go back to that the next trip.
Quinn dishes to Ginobili. They're moving it around. Here's the 3. Offensive rebound. Here's Blair. Thunder trailing by 20. Here is Cook. 9 points in the game so far. Drills the 3-pointer.
You've got to be in his jersey before he catches it. You've got to deny him a catch. Otherwise, he'll hurt you from deep.
Here's Quinn. Feeds it to Ginobili. Outside, Green. And he can't answer back. The 3-pointer offline. Clark, one thing we've seen from these guys is excellent ball movement.
And you love to see that, Kevin. I mean, I love watching unselfish play, and I know Steve enjoys that too.
Yeah, that's the best part of the game. I mean, a 5-man team game where the ball moves. There's so much unselfish play. It's beautiful to watch.
So far, going for more of an inside game here in this second half, and I like that. A little smash mouth basketball, taking it inside.
Splitter. He's covered by Collison. The jump hook. Splitter. That's good. He has 5.
They're straying away from the 3-point game here in the second half. And that's fine as long as they're on the lead and they're getting good shots. They've decided not to take nearly as many 3-pointers in this half.
Robinson for 3. The rebound by the Spurs. Blair's got 11 rebounds in the game. This game coming on the heels of the
Stop something, guys.
Man, what an incredible night from beyond the arc that they had. The 3-pointer is the big weapon.
And Steve, once the shot started to fall, then it became much easier to quick release.
Here's the Beast. 13 points in the game. Shot clock at 5. Pulls up from the corner, and the jumper is on the mark. Robinson's got 5 now. Ginobili outside, and there's the rejection. Well, through 3 quarters of play, down double digits, it may be difficult to overcome. And now our sideline reporter, Doris Burke, has a report for our Sprite Spark of the game. Doris?
15 points. Okay.
Thunder trailing by 15. So for Oklahoma City right now, the Beast, he's in at center. Nick Collison out there with Durant. Then there's Stephen Curry. And it's Robinson in at the 2-guard spot.
You know, guys, it's interesting. Such a good first half for him. Not one turnover, but since halftime, he's been coughing it up repeatedly. And now 6 of their last 10 points from mid-range.
Yeah, jump shot really serving these
What
guys.
are you doing, man? Two straight.
Ginobili the pass to Jeff.
Oh, down hard. A monster throwdown. Wow. Boom.
Aggressive transition game leads to the easy hoop.
Yeah, I love to see these guys just trampolining to the hoop.
They set the pick. Robinson backs down. Blocked.
Oh my God.
Spurs leading by 19 points. Curry against Parker. Puts it up. Parker with another miss.
Very porous defense down there by the hoop. He probably should make that one.
Robinson kicks to Curry. Good, and the assist goes to Robinson. Robinson's got 3 assists now in this one. And here is Parker. Guarded by Curry. Now Ginobili. Anderson dishes to Ginobili. The tray. And that one's good. Ginobili's got 19 points.
And it looks to me like he still has some of the shooting touch that he displayed in the first.
Robinson up top. He's covered by Ginobili.
I'm hungry.
It's Durant on the wing. Defended by Jefferson. They set the screen. Stolen by Ginobili.
Why you have this guy in court, man? Why you have him
Got to be better with the
in
ball
court?
to get his team back into it.
All the time he make mistakes.
Here's Curry. Takes it right up. And it's Robinson that time on the assist by Curry. Curry's got his 8th assist in the game.
What do you mean by that? Top 3 NBA players have go for Lakers. You mean now or in real life or in the game?
Parker with it. Ginobili working against Robinson. Now here's Blair. Clock at 6. Here's Parker. Outside Jefferson. And it's
oh my God.
By Parker. Parker's got his 7th assist in the game. Here's the Beast. Working on Blair. Left side Collison. Here's Curry with the 3. And the Thunder another 3.
Boy, I bet you he'd like to forget that first half that he had. It's nice to see him bounce back here in the second.
Blair, the screen. Here's Anderson. That shot's good on the assist by Ginobili. Ginobili's got his 7th assist here tonight. Time called here. The Thunder decide to talk it over.
The amount of Ginobili so deceptive with the ball in his hands. Athletic. Once he gets moving, he's so shifty from side to side. He just seems to have a knack for getting by his defender.
So San Antonio goes with a fresh 5 on the floor. And then for Oklahoma City, Serge Ibaka has checked in for Collison.
From which players do you mean now? Doncic is the only superstar in the team at this point.
Cephalosha comes in for Nate Robinson. And it's Maynard in for Steph Curry. And for Ginobili, when he drives, Clark seems to see angles that most players don't have on their radar.
Well, it helps when you're wrong-handed, left-handed that is. I mean, it gives you a different kind of look and approach to attacking the basket. He takes it to the next level with his unorthodox drives, though. He's got a unique ability to slide and slither and slash and still get a good shot off.
How about that Euro step that these guys have developed, you know, where they put the weight on the wrong foot and it's like a crossover, but it's really a different kind of
It is a different type of deal, and Manu has obviously mastered that, and he's got some imitators out there, too.
He does indeed. Wade, in particular, down at Miami.
Wade loves it.
Lets the 3 fly, and again, it's the Spurs from deep.
Boy, these threes are picking them apart. I mean, 4 out of the last 5 shots against them, all uncontested, and all are threes.
Yeah, the defense just looks uninterested right now. I mean, they're not making the effort to challenge these shots.
Well, you look at all these top-level teams in the NBA, and boy, I really enjoyed last year's playoffs. It was such an open field, competitive action, and you really felt that there were a number of teams with a chance to make a deep run.
McDyess passes to Bonner. He kicks it to McDyess. Lots of room. And he short rims that one. And last year's playoffs, so entertaining, Clark. Some competitive series. Steve, really an open field.
Yeah, it really is. There's so many good young teams in the NBA right now, and some of the older, more talented teams.
Hey, come on, dunk the ball, man, dunk the ball.
So this is going to be fascinating the next few years to see which teams can break through and get to that top level. He's put on an offensive clinic. They've got to deny him the ball.
Yeah, and if that fails, then double him, Steve. I mean, they can't allow him to continue to hurt him like this.
Looking to end the run, and blocked.
Not his best quarter. I mean, the shots just haven't fallen for him.
Defended by Durant, and Durant sends it back. Here's Oklahoma City. Great offensive performance they're putting on.
You see the benefit of knocking down baskets consecutively because it leads to the confidence growing and growing, doesn't it, Steve?
It sure does, and now it's to the point where they just feel unstoppable.
Now Cephalosha. Over McDyess. And Durant gets it to go. The assist from Cephalosha. Cephalosha's got 3 assists tonight. Spurs leading by 23. Quinn kicks to Duncan. Over Ibaka. Duncan can't hit. Here's Maynard. He passes to Ibaka. Over Duncan.
That's the ball, man.
I think he's just got to compose himself, gather himself. He may be
We
trying
have to
a little
upgrade
too hard
Cat.
out there. Let
It's
it
only
flow, let it
40
happen, don't
something.
force it.
Duncan kicks to Neal. Back to Duncan. Duncan right side. Honor for 3.
Oh my God. They don't lose anything, man. Everything is going inside.
Yep, making them pay, doing it from long range.
And so it's Santa.
They don't lose anything. This Hall of Fame difficulty on 2012 is from another planet.
Out, second game in a row. How does this team recover from this?
Like 2011 also NBA 2K.
Man, well, it's not going to be easy. I take a great deal of the responsibility, too. I owe it to this team to do a better job out there. It doesn't even matter how I'm playing if everyone else isn't executing and giving us the best possible chance to win. I just got to take it to another level off the court and work with the guys to get us all playing better together so we can put this kind of play behind us once and for all, man.
Okay, let's improve catching. Hands. $62 overall after how many matches? Okay.
Thanks for tuning in for our Wednesday night coverage of the NBA on 2K Sports. Hi, everyone. This is Kevin Harlan alongside Clark Kellogg and Steve Kerr. The Lakers beat them last time when these two teams met in Los Angeles.
And it would be easy to criticize their defense in that game, so I guess that's what I'll do. They had very few answers for anything that was thrown at them.
Yeah, it was what lost them the game, Steve.
We'll go to Doris Burke, who spoke with head coach Mike Brown. What's the news there, Doris?
Yes, Kevin. He said we're a very clever team without the ball. And
Oh
I'm
my
betting we
God.
force our share of turnovers in the open floor and take them right out of their game plan. Obviously, no shortage of confidence about their defensive capabilities, guys.
Thanks, Doris. Well, guys, give us your thoughts on that.
Well, you know what? I think the game plan for a lot of teams, really good teams, starts with good D. So it's pretty much what I expected to hear.
And for this club, that's the way it should be. I mean, they need to send a message defensively right away. When you take it to your opponents on the defensive end of the floor, it sets the tone early. When you talk about that great front court depth for the Lakers, all that length, rebounding, their ability to really crash the glass. And they were actually the 5th best rebounding team in the NBA last year in terms of rebounding differential.
Hasn't had a whole lot of misses here in the quarter. Very sharp shooting right now. It's fun to watch.
Kobe with the steal. Lakers trail by 3. And Gasol gets it to go. Gasol's got his second basket of the night.
Wow, that's great. You take advantage of that turnover and convert at the other end.
Absolutely. I mean, points off turnovers this time generated off the steal.
Goes straight up. Oh, that's
Oh my
offensive
God.
interference.
At least he
Here
catch the
comes
ball.
Kobe. 26 points for him last game against the Grizzlies in Memphis.
All the skills points, they are going to
Behind him
hands.
against Durant. Durant against Odom. And slam dunk. Wow! Now the Sprite slam cam for the replay.
There isn't anybody in the building that didn't appreciate that throwdown.
Well, Steve, that's as fancy a finish as you could possibly get.
A serious degree of difficulty on that one.
Well, I tell you, I mean, you have Powell and Kobe on the Lakers, but when you talk about the pop culture, notoriety, that probably belongs to Lamar Odom, #1 in that category because of his reality TV presence. He's added an additional Hollywood flair to his role on the roster.
To halt the run, and so he earns a trip to the line. Officials saw the contact, and he'll shoot 2. Now we take a look at the 2K leaderboard to see who the best rebounders in the NBA have been over the last 10 games. Andrew Bynum is 3rd.
Boy, that's a bunch of caroms, boy, for a 10-game stretch, Kevin. I mean, the opponents he's faced, it's not like they've all been bad rebounding teams either. That makes it even more impressive what he's done on the boards.
First free throw is good. Well, Clark, back to Odom. I don't like talking about this stuff. It only seems natural,
I know
of
it's
course.
tough. I know it's tough.
You know,
for you.
it seems natural, though, to have, I guess, what, a Laker in Los Angeles be on a reality TV show for some reason. You know, the second choice, if it wasn't Lamar, would have been Steve Kerr. Right, Steve?
Kevin, I think the story of my life and my daily existence would be fascinating for viewers. I think we'd see probably a viewership of at least 11, maybe 12 people, all family members.
For 3, Durant. And the rebound goes to Pau Gasol. The Lakers in the lead. They come into this one following the loss to the Grizzlies.
Now, tough to win when the ball doesn't go in the hole. And that was a team that was ice
Let's
cold
Saints,
shooting the ball
man.
that
Let's
night.
Saints go
Well,
up.
Steve, shooting to me, shooting percentage is a function of the kind of shots you get. And if you don't get good ones, you're not going to shoot a good percentage. That was their problem, poor shot selection.
Just 3 to shoot. Here's Odom. No good. And the Thunder go the other way. They couldn't put the pieces together, losing that last matchup with San Antonio.
I'm guessing they got quite a post-game speech from their coach because that was a really poor performance.
I would say it might be a little more than a post-game speech. He may have done more than just talk after that one.
Curry gets the bucket.
He has taken over this game, guys. I don't know what else you can say about it.
So timeout called here, the first for Los Angeles.
Well, Oklahoma City is a team that has gotten better and better the last few years. And they continue to get better against the Western Conference, too. A 5-game improvement in their record versus the West a year ago from the season before.
Shoots, and that one's good by Kobe. Kobe's got 8 points.
Well, I like that he's come up with some big baskets for this team to help him out in getting this lead.
Left side, Curry. It's Durant on the wing, guarded by Odom. There's the triple. Curry can't get it to go. And the Thunder tougher against the West. We talked about that 5-game improvement. But they match up well, it seems, Clark, with just about anybody in the Western Conference. And I'll even throw the East in there, too.
Yeah, no question. I mean, I like this team's versatility. When you look at the Thunder, they've got a lot of things. I mean, they've got size, strength, athleticism. You need those ingredients if you're going to be a contender. You have to be able to win in different ways. And Oklahoma City is the kind of team that's growing into that. A well-rounded roster. They're young, so as they get more seasoning, they're going to be a really difficult team to handle for a long time.
Durant for 3. Yes. The assist goes to Robinson. 10 points for Kevin Durant.
This has all been about him this quarter. I mean, their lead is safe if he keeps up this kind of play.
Outside Artest. Backing down is Bryant. In close. Nice touch on the bank shot. Kobe's got 10.
Something has to change, guys. That's 10 straight points coming in the paint against this team.
Well, they got to collapse in there, and everybody's got to be conscious of it. It's a team effort in protecting the paint. Control the ball, and then everybody's got to get in there and keep the defense locked down.
Artest dishes to Kobe. He goes up. Curry knocks it away. The Thunder with the lead. Back to Robinson. From deep. And again,
oh my God. Let's go.
That's going to be important for this team to fight over the top of screens defensively.
Yeah, you got to tag him and stay right close to him because with his touch, he doesn't need much space to get his shot off.
Out of bounds. And they retain possession. Here we are in November. Let's see how things are shaking out in the West early in the season. Look at the Lakers. Right now they're off to a fast start. First place in the conference. And of course, Oklahoma City, more than a few spots below.
Looking at the Lakers, they've done it again this season. Established themselves as one of the league's elite teams.
And you know, that's really the mark of a great franchise, Clark, when you can do it over and over again, particularly when the expectations are high because the pressure's on. And all you can do is continue to work and compete and try to perform at the same level you've been at, and that's exactly what this team's doing.
Fisher against Curry. Fires top of the key.
Come on,
there's
Kobe.
Kobe. That's good on the assist from Derek Fisher. That's 12 points for Kobe Bryant. Outside Curry. And Gasol comes to help. Perkins, he's guarded by Bynum. Here is Durant. He had a 21-point outing in their last game against the Spurs in San Antonio.
Well, he's showing off his defensive instincts by making plays just like that.
Well, he really used the height advantage there down on the block.
And here comes Curry. Outside Durant. Back to Curry. Shoots. And the rebound goes to Pau Gasol. Gasol's got 3 rebounds so far in the game. And here's Kobe for 3. It's rebounded by Curry. We'll see if they want to trade 2 for 1 here.
Well, you got to time up the clock. It's easier said than done, but you've got to execute your offense on that first possession.
Gasol with the steal.
No.
The reaction was so quick.
And the jam by Kobe Bryant. Guys back and forth this first half.
Well, 5 lead changes early on, guys, as we grapple back and forth.
This could be a back and forth game all the way, guys, the way it's being played. This is fun to watch.
About 3 seconds between shot and game clock. And they call over the back here. Too much contact.
That's an over the back foul, but it's one that you can live with. He's trying to be aggressive, and I like that.
Yeah, you know, I used to do that as a player myself, Steve, but you got to be smart about going over the top. I don't think he had a chance to get that rebound anyway.
And here's Fisher. Shoots over Curry, and the Lakers tack on 2 more.
It has been all offense here early.
It sure has been. I mean, both teams clicking, and it's been an entertaining game as well, guys.
A nice first quarter of play. We've seen plenty of offense so far. Lakers.
I asked Golden State to trade me to Oklahoma, and they trade me with Curry. And they give Westbrook and who else? And how old
Welcome back,
him,
folks.
man?
We have a close game here at the start of the second quarter of play.
And Harden, yeah. Westbrook and Harden for me and Curry.
Here's Fisher. Pushes up. The shot by Odom, no good.
He's probably better suited sending the ball back out to a teammate because that's not his game right there. What a year Lamar Odom had last season for the Lakers. At times starting, but also coming off the bench when Andrew Bynum was healthy. But he had a terrific year shooting the ball, about 53% from the floor and almost 40% from the three-point line.
So with Durant sitting on the bench, this is who Scott Brooks has out there. The Beast in its center. Daquan Cook is out there with Ibaka. Then there's Stephen Curry. And it's Cephalosha in at the shooting guard. Cook gets the reach-in call. That is his first foul of the game. Just talking about Odom, 40% from deep is out of this world for a guy his size.
I love Lamar's versatility, Kevin. I mean, and adding that three-point shot, being more efficient from out there, just helps him be more effective as an all-around player.
Clock at 6. Lets it go with a 3. Shot is off. The Thunder leading by 4. Left side of Ibaka. Fisher against Curry. And stolen by Fisher.
And, you know, despite the number
Come
of
on,
turnovers,
Curry.
Kevin, they've still got the lead
Come
here.
on.
Well, eventually, guys, you know those mistakes will come back and haunt you, so they've got to do a better job of taking care of the basketball. That was interesting. Once again, late last season for the Lakers, they slumped to close out the regular season. And it seems to be a pattern. You know, it's almost like they get bored before they actually get into the postseason.
Dunk the ball, man.
Yeah, they're not
Dunk
going
the
to miss
ball.
too many of those. That's high percentage stuff there.
And Curry picks him up defensively. And Fisher kicks to Kobe. And that comes off the assist by Derek Fisher. Fisher's got 6 assists in the game. And, you know, Steve, for the Lakers, Lamar Odom said himself their sluggish finishes in the second half were partly born of overconfidence, of ego. I don't know much credence you put in that, Clark. I mean, what do you think?
You know what? I think there is a tendency, a human tendency, to become complacent, to become full, and you can lose some of your edge. I don't think it's a lack of humility and respect. I think it's just the nature of being somewhat satisfied. And when you're in this league, because people are coming after you a lot harder when you've got what they want in terms of championships, and especially as you age, I think it gets harder sometimes to fight off that resistance and to flip the switch if you find yourself in a little bit of a rut.
They set the pick. Here's Cook. That 3 off the mark.
Really good defense, but you got to set better screens than that offensively.
And Fisher kicks to Kobe. Shakes him. Pass to Barnes. The open look. And it's blocked. The Thunder leading by 3. Now Cephalosha. Back to Curry. Six on the shot clock. Makes the lead pass. Rebound the Lakers.
Very porous defense down there by the hoop. He probably should make that one.
Blake with it. And the
Oh
layup
my
falls.
God.
Blake's got his first bucket in this one.
Scott Brooks, winner of the 2010 Coach of the Year award. He and, of course, Kevin Durant have been a big reason why the Thunder have moved up the ladder to become one of the league's elite teams.
Here now, the league's highest scoring teams the past 10 games. What a stretch it has been for these guys. In third, the Lakers.
Well, this is only a trend over a few games out of a very, very long season. But the coach has got to be pleased that his team has been able to score big with some consistency.
Here's what the Lakers are going with right now. Andrew Bynum's checked in for Odom. Saul comes in for Matt Barnes. And it's Artest in for Steve Blake. Back to Brooks for a second. It's been amazing to see him transform his team from what they were, Steve, to what they are now.
Well, every year they've taken steps forward. And, now they're poised to become one of the elite teams in the league. It gets a lot tougher, though, from here on out. The honeymoon is over, and it's time for them to get to that elite level. And they've got to get better. They have to make some internal improvement.
Here's Vaden. And a great assist by Curry as that one goes in.
Well, another uncontested three there. They've got to make some kind of an adjustment. I mean, they're giving up way too many open threes.
Well, the last 5 hoops, 3 have come off wide open three-pointers, Clark. So it's one thing to give up one, but you start giving three-pointers up in bunches, you're in big trouble.
Curry with the steal, the Thunder with the lead, and they're pushing it up. The big dunk at the end of the break.
That's how it works. Your defense feeds into the offense.
Yeah, excellent work, I thought. Solid work on both ends in that particular sequence.
Here's Fisher. Backing down is Bryant. Guarded now by Durant. The second effort, and Kobe finishes inside.
Unbelievable.
Kobe's got 21.
Boy, what a great job of getting into the teeth of the defense and scoring in the paint.
And that's been their main point of attack. I mean, get the ball deep and try to score from in tight rather than rely on their outside shooting. I mean, that's a more consistent way to score. Take it inside.
Moving it around nicely. They set the screen. And the jam by Kevin Durant.
A superb alley-oop there. Prime time play.
Well, they had that one standing by, just waiting to pull it out.
Well, there's definitely a sense of understanding between those two teammates, that's for sure.
Here's Fisher. And Curry picks him up defensively. Fires from deep. And Artest gets it to go on the assist from Derek Fisher. Fisher's got assist number 7 for him tonight. Outside Curry.
Make the shoot, man. You've been alone. You've been alone before.
I thought Gasol got off to such a fast start last season, but he might have worn down as the season went on. He was asked to play big minutes, especially early when Andrew Bynum was out with the injury.
The open shot, Artest. And that misses. That would have put him up.
He'll usually knock that shot down.
He sure will, but that's one he couldn't pass up.
Outside Curry. Fires it up. Rebound by Ron
my
Artest.
God.
And then, of course, for Paul Gasol in the playoffs, a lot of disappointment with his play, Clark. A game, in fact, or two where he even got booed at the Staples Center.
Yeah, you never like to see that, but he clearly did struggle in the playoffs. And he's extremely gifted, but some have tended to try to question his mental toughness or killer instinct. And I quite honestly think it's unfair. He's got a disposition and demeanor that lends itself to that kind of criticism, but anytime you can perform the way he has, that's impressive. And it actually helps him, the fact that he's got a deferring type of personality, to be an ideal number 2 guy for the Lakers, with Kobe Bryant being the obvious lead dog there. So it's a good fit, I think.
That's interesting. Fisher against Curry. Curry against Fisher. Shot clock at 3 from 11 feet away. And there's Kobe. That's good on the assist by Artest. Kobe's got 9 points now in the quarter. Tipped. Durant just inside the line. Perkins gets whistled for a loose ball.
How about Steph Curry in this one? He has 14 points, and he's...
Happy Wednesday to you. Let's keep your week rolling. Out at Time Warner Cable Arena, it's...
We lose again.
Here's Blake.
You know, fellas, this Oklahoma City team is built the right way. I mean, it's been done with patience through the draft. I mean, you've got to have some good fortune there when you're talking about the draft. The money's been spent wisely, and now I think they're starting to approach the finished product, a team capable of winning NBA titles for years to come. Certainly they'll be contending for them, you would think.
Sure. So with Kobe sitting on the bench, this is the group Mike Brown has right now. Devin Ebanks is out there with Steve Blake. Then there's Derek Carrick. Then it's Matt Barnes. And it's Odom in at the 4 slot. It's Ibaka picking him up. Odom against Ibaka. Shot clock at 6. Here's Carricker. And for the Thunder, they've been a team that has preached defense first. And with the addition of Kendrick Perkins, that certainly adds now to a big, athletic, and physical, tough team.
Oh, my God.
And really from top to bottom, Steve.
Yeah, and they've got a nice bench, too, Kevin. There's not a whole lot lacking on this roster. But what they have to do is improve from within. Last year, I thought they were exposed in the playoffs. They didn't get great shots. They didn't look fluid offensively. Those are areas that they can improve upon.
Here's the beast. Back to Robinson. And a miss there on the triple.
Oh.
Here is Ebanks. Outside Odom. Now here's Barnes. Takes a 3. It's rebounded by Oklahoma City. Ibaka's got 4 rebounds in this game. Robinson. The 10-footer. Ibaka, no luck. Lakers leading by 4. Even numbers. Ebanks. Good.
Oh my God. Our subs are really suck.
Here's Maynard.
They are really bad.
There's the pick. He dishes it to Robinson. The basket good off the assist from Maynard. Robinson's got 9.
Now, these wide open threes have been their undoing. You have to locate shooters and get a hand up.
Yep, you do, Steve. And even if it means having their assigned defenders staying at home on three-point shooters, I mean, that would be a worthwhile strategy to pursue because you don't want to give good shooters open threes.
Looking at who's out there now for the Thunder. Kevin Durant's checked in for Collison. Cephalosha comes in for Nate Robinson. And Steph Curry subbed in for Eric Maynard. The Lakers also changing it up. Andrew Bynum's checked in for Barnes. Kobe comes in for Devin Ebanks. And Derek Fisher is subbed in for Steve Blake. Fisher against Curry. Durant. Goes up on the wing, and it's good. And now just a 1-point Laker lead.
You know, Kevin, it turned out that Mike Brown was the man for the Lakers job, and he inherits an interesting team here in L.A. I mean, a lot of potential, but coming off a disappointing end to last season.
Odom against Durant. Odom guarded by Curry. Open look. Shot's good by Kobe. Kobe's got 10 points now just in this quarter. We're getting back to Brown for just a second. Clark, you're just talking about him. You know, Steve, he has big shoes to fill. Anytime you're trying to replace a legend like Phil Jackson, there's a lot in front of you there.
Yeah, it's one of the highest profile coaching positions in any sport in the world. But Mike Brown will be prepared. I mean, he had to deal with the circus around LeBron James in Cleveland over those years and did a nice job there. So I think Mike Brown is the right guy for the job. Tell you what, there's not much he can't do out there, guys.
And Fisher kicks to Kobe. Gathers. And 2 free throws coming up as he misses that one. Drawing the whistle and a lot of contact there.
Now Kobe Bryant still chasing that 6th ring. If he ends up getting it, he would tie Michael Jordan. And of course, Michael was always a tremendous inspiration for Kobe Bryant.
Stevie mentioned Kobe is still working toward those 6 rings. He's got 5 right now. But Kobe said Clark, that, you know, tying Jordan wasn't his motivation.
Do you believe that?
Well, I do think he wanted to help Phil Jackson go out on the right way. And that, of course, didn't work out.
No, it did not work out, but I think it was a combination of factors. One, he obviously wants to do it because he wants to do it. But I don't think the Jordan piece is out of the equation and being one of the inspiring factors for trying to grab that sixth one. And, I mean, quite honestly, he's shown that he wants to try to win it every year.
Well, he's always compared to Jordan. I mean, why wouldn't that just be a natural feeling anyway? You can't fault him for it.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Bynum with a screen on Curry. Fisher dishes to Kobe. Over Cephalosha. And Kobe the bucket with the assist from Derek Fisher. 36 points for Kobe Bryant. Outside Durant. He feeds it to Cephalosha. From the baseline. Here's the beast. Nice D from Odom.
Dunk the ball,
Game
man.
here. Neither team has been able to gain an upper hand on the backboard.
Well, both teams really getting after it inside. It's been an interesting battle.
Defended by Durant. And Bynum backing in. The jump hook goes to the glass on the bank shot. Now it's a 5-point Laker lead.
Well, they've done a lot of their damage from mid-range here, guys. I mean, knocking down those shots with regularity.
Yeah, how about 8 of their last 10 points, guys, coming off that mid-range area jump shot. So shows you don't have to be at the rim to score.
I'll tell you what, right now that mid-range jumper serving them well.
Yes, it is, guys. That's 6 of their last 10 points coming from that mid-range area.
And here is Odom, averaging 14 points a game. From the arc. And the ball goes out of play, unable to keep it in. Now a look at the hottest teams in the league. These squads have knocked down everything in the last 10 games. In third, the Lakers. Fifth on the list.
This is going down until the last minute.
Here's Gasol. Now Bynum. He banks the pass to Gasol. And there's another one for the Lakers.
Well, no defense there. I mean, he just takes the ball right to the rim.
So with Durant sitting on the bench, this is who Scott Brooks has out there. The Beast, he's in at center. Nate Robinson is out there with Maynard. Then there's Nick Collison, and it's
You
Cook
can't make
with
a
the
pass.
small forward position.
Oh my God.
And our Sprite Slam Can gives us another look.
Boy, he hung him out to dry that
Nice
time.
dunk.
A terrific reverse.
You can't help but be amazed by that dunk.
Man, that's one to remember, huh?
Here's Maynard. It's stolen by Odom. It's 2-on-1 and stolen by Maynard. Robinson for 3. It's hauled in by Bynum.
Oh, he's just launching from the three-point line right now because I don't like his shot selection at all.
This guy is really bad.
Outside Odom. To the paint. Ebanks. So he gets the whistle. Contact on the way up and 2 shots coming up.
Well, you know, a recent stat said that in the last 15 years, the Lakers are on average the best offense in the NBA. But in crunch time, ironically, they fall to around 12th best offensively. Not nearly as effective.
Going back to the Lakers and their let down as far as crunch time offense goes. Good point by you. Steve, you take it now. Why do you think that's so?
Well, I think Kobe's not the player that he once was, Kevin. I mean, he's not as athletic. He's not as capable as he used to be getting shots off against any type of defense. And I think the rest of the guys maybe lost a little confidence in themselves as a result.
Odom with it. Shot from the top of the key. Bullseye. And the Lakers lead by 6.
Well, they've got to do something defensively because he's been unstoppable.
And defensively, Steve, your only choice now is to double him. I mean, I don't think there's another option.
Here's the beast. Left side, Collison. 6 to shoot. And they turn it over. Stepped in the line that time. And here's the upcoming schedule for the Thunder. Next up on the schedule, the Grizzlies. That'll be a home game. And that game is the second of 2 straight at home. And a new group in here for the Thunder. Serge Ibaka has checked in for Collison. Durant comes in for Daquan Cook. Thabo Cephalosha has checked in for Nate Robinson. And Steph Curry subbed in for Eric Mena. Big group substitution here for the Lakers. Derek Carricker, he's checked in for Gasol. Artest comes in for Lamar Odom. Kobe's checked in for Matt Barnes. And Derek Fisher is subbed in for Devin Ebanks.
Well, I think that the Thunder need to change their strategy against Bynum.
He has 11 points and the 1 steal.
And we are seeing what a complete player he is.
Absolutely, at both ends of the floor. He's been top-notch, guys.
And Andrew Bynum, a guy who has been hit with injuries throughout his career. But when he's healthy, the Lakers are so tough to beat because of the length and size that Bynum and Gasol provide for that front line.
Fisher against Curry. Character gets whistled for blocking. That is his first foul of the game.
That's the right call there. He tried to take the charge, but did not have position.
No, he didn't, Steve. He was out of position and a clear block.
Here's Curry. There's the dish to Durant. Shoots over Kobe. Durant, no good. And last season, there were a few grumbles, Steve, after Bynum missed the first month and a half of the season. You see, Bynum had delayed surgery after the finals.
What foul, man? What foul?
Well, when you're a pro basketball player, that has to be your first priority. I'm a big-time soccer fan myself, but Bynum may have made a boo-boo there.
Yep.
Yeah, but he was ready to go come playoff time, and, you know, that's kind of the Lakers' go-to philosophy. Just be ready when the playoffs show up. And he did play pretty well in the postseason.
Curry kicks to Ibaka, and that one's good.
Great job to hit his teammate on that move, Kevin.
Here's Fisher. Guarded by Curry. Here's Kobe. The Beast corrals the miss inside. Thunder trailing by 8. And
oh my
by
God. What are you doing, Curry?
Here we go. Artest dishes to Bynum. Can't get it to go. So Oklahoma City will take it the other way. Bryant is called for a loose ball foul. That is his first foul of the game. Now a timeout called by Oklahoma City.
Well, you know, the Thunder have one heck of a home court advantage here in Oklahoma City. I mean, they don't call it Loud City for nothing.
Let's find out what Doris Burke has for us.
Yes, Kevin, during that break, Coach Scott Brooks had some words for his team. He told them, hey, they're running the break on us, so let's give them a taste of their own medicine. Let's run them ragged. The tempo should be up, guys, and this could get interesting.
Run to the Thunder last season, 30-11 on their home floor, but this crowd has been packing the building even when they had the 4th worst record in the NBA.
Well, Oklahoma City is a one-sport town, a one-team town, Kevin. The only major sports team there, and the fans so passionate there, and they're very fortunate to have a talented young club to follow and to support. And it's going to be very interesting to see how this team develops over the next few years. They've got a great home court advantage. Man, they are both lighting it up here.
Exciting basketball, Steve. I mean, it's been back and forth, each side dropping in points every chance they get.
Curry against Fisher. Here's the Beast. He's guarded by Bynum. Clock at 6. Curry is inside. He's covered by Fisher.
I'm hungry.
Offensive rebound. The Beast with the second effort. Curry. And another shot.
Oh,
it's hauled in
come
by
on.
Bynum. Bynum's
You
got
can't dunk
rebounds in
from
this game.
there.
From 11 feet away. Thunder trailing by 9. Outside Durant, stolen by Artest. Fast break, here we go. And Fisher kicks to Kobe. Here's a look at the schedule for the Los Angeles Lakers. They host the Kings after this game. That'll be the first of 2 straight at home. The Thunder making a switch here. And so the...
We lost again. Well, it's going to change in a point.
Tough loss for you guys
But
tonight. You kept
I
it
hope
close, but
we are
weren't quite able to get the job
going
done.
to be
Is there
able to
anything
go
that you think
into
could have
the
made a difference
playoffs.
in the outcome?
You know, if we only could have scored like 10 more points, then we definitely would have won the game. That's the main thing I can think of that would have made the difference. Oh, and we also could have not missed any shots. Usually that's a good strategy for success. So let me sit down with Coach and go over that stuff, and, you know, we'll see if we can make it happen for the next game.
Our team chemistry is not good yet. Let's see. We're going to put everything in hands again. Okay, Curry got to 81. This guy is really bad. Really bad. Cephalos. Our subs are terrible. Our second team is terrible. That's why we're losing all the time. Because when they get in, they gave Harden. Why Harden? Someone else, man. It was just 74 overall. Harden and Westbrook to take me and Curry. Curry's 81. Harden. Harden is 74 and Westbrook is 81, 88.
Welcome fans to the NBA on 2K Sports. Kevin Harlan here with our analysts Steve Kerr and Clark Kellogg. So happy you've joined us. Tonight from Oklahoma City, a rematch of the second round series from the 2011 playoffs is in store for us tonight. The Memphis... Here's Mayo. He really played well in that last game against Charlotte. Smith with it. Curry brings the double. Now Gasol. Clock at 6. Smith against Curry. With the clock winding down, and he gets the jumper to drop. Smith's got his first basket of the night.
And the Grizzlies had such a good season a year ago, and one of the areas they improved was their play against Western Conference opponents.
Give me the
They went
ball
from
when
22
I'm going
wins the year
inside.
before to 30 last season.
Here's the screen. Left side Curry. From about 19 feet. Good. Curry's got his third bucket of the night. And for the Grizzlies in this competitive Western Conference, Steve, you just said it, they've added 8 wins. Just making the playoffs, defeating the #1 seed San Antonio. Clark, no small accomplishment.
No, it's a great accomplishment, Kevin, and I think their transformation into a defensive-minded team was one of the keys. I mean, they had scoring threats, guys who could put up points, but when you play tough defense at the NBA level, that
Two
really
players,
raises your
and they
ceiling.
didn't
Even with
block
the
him.
D-Lurking, he made it look easy with the soft finger roll.
And I think Doris Burke has something for us right now. Doris?
Hey, Kevin, a bit ago, Scott Brooks and I were able to chat. We talked about the task of taking on an offense with so much firepower, and he was excited for his team. He said these are the games we need to get up for as a defense. It'll be a good chance to see what we need to do to keep improving on that end of the floor. Guys?
All right, Doris, they're probably, Clark, well aware of the firepower they're up against.
Look, Kevin, Steve, you always have to be aware of that when you're facing these guys.
Yeah, no question. If you're not prepared right from the outset, then this team will punch you in the mouth and get off to a big lead early. So they've got to be up to the task defensively.
Gay, that's a 2-pointer. Again, Memphis.
Kevin, his scoring ability is valuable, really valuable. I mean, he's a guy you can rely on to knock down shots.
Boy, it had to be difficult for Rudy Gay to sit out the playoffs last year. Had such a good regular season. And then to not be able to help his club out in the postseason had to be very frustrating for him. Good foul. Make him earn the free throws. Don't let this team dunk.
I like that. That's a smart foul. I mean, it's a lot easier to dunk it than it is to hit 2 free throws. Make him earn them at the strike.
Ties it up, and this next one could give them the lead. And Steve, you mentioned Rudy Gay missing the playoffs last season. He suffered a partially dislocated shoulder, Clark, right before the All-Star break.
And Gay was a guy who never had a chance to play in the playoffs before, Kevin, so that had to be tough. I think it will certainly motivate him, though, to get back there this season, this time with him leading the way.
No good from Durant.
Yeah, no excuses there. Got a really good look at the basket after being freed up by the pick.
We say it all the time. The execution was excellent. The result not as good, but good ball movement anyway.
Randolph kicks to Mayo. Guarded now by Durant. Mayo dishing to Gay. Hits the 15-footer.
Rudy Gay is deadly.
Gay's got 9.
Really.
Hasn't had a whole lot of misses here in the quarter. Very sharp shooting right now. It's fun to watch.
Here's the beast. Back to Curry. Covered by Smith. Ibaka outside. Oklahoma City needs to get off a shot. Here's Perkins. And again, no good by Oklahoma City.
And the fadeaway was about his only option there. Really good defensive position.
Out to Smith. Curry meets him. Back to Mayo. Fires from deep. Serge Ibaka with the rebound.
Boy, that's a surprising miss right there. He usually feasts on those wide open opportunities.
Outside Durant. And the jam
Yeah.
by Kevin Durant. Let's see that again on the Sprite Slam Cam.
Come on now, I didn't see. Can you believe that finish? Boy, a little bit of flair and flavor at the end of it.
Oh, that'll be a fan favorite, all right.
That was not your average typical dunk.
Now let's take a look at the list of players who have been absolutely lighting it up. These are the NBA scoring leaders over the last 10 games. 5th, Kevin Durant.
Kevin, you know the season is 82 games long, and anything can happen. But I tell you what, if he keeps scoring like this, the rest of the season is going to look very good for his ball club.
Right side Gasol. Curry against Smith. And the rejection by Perkins. And good on the basket. Book it. Here's Curry. He had a 21-point outing in their last game against the Lakers. Durant. And a great assist by Curry as that one goes in. Durant's got 5 now. Mayo against Durant. Smith outside. Durant against Mayo. Over Durant. Mayo. That's good. Mayo's got his first points of the night.
You start hitting a few of those mid-range shots, and it can open up your whole game.
Now the feed to Perkins. Back to Curry. Covered by Smith. Curry kicks to Durant for 3. And again, Oklahoma City with the triple.
Fellas, they are heating up from outside now.
Yep, of their last 5 hoops, 3 of them have come from long range.
Gasol's in the post. Still looking to get on the scoreboard.
Well, that's a really slick move to come up with that steal.
Oh, yes! Takes the alley-oop pass and dunks it down.
With that one, boy, they got the crowd buzzing there.
A pretty perfect play all around.
What a fantastic dunk to finish it off, too.
Smith outside. He dishes it to Mayo. Back to Smith. Randolph passes to Mayo. Feeds to Smith. Shoots over Curry. The Thunder pull it in. They couldn't put the pieces together, losing the last matchup with the Lakers.
I was not impressed at all with their focus. It seemed like they...
We lose again. Come on, man.
Here's Curry.
Well, you know, the Thunder have one heck of a home court advantage here in Oklahoma City. I mean, they don't call it Loud City for nothing.
So on the floor to begin things for Memphis here in the second quarter.
Where are you going, Durant? I make you a screen.
Arthur out there with Shane Battier, and it's Smith in at the point. Durant knocks it loose. Thunder trailing by 4.
Oh my God.
Deflects the pass. Curry with the steal.
That's just a horrible decision. You got to be more patient with the ball.
Durant commits the charge. That is his first foul of the game.
Nice job there, sliding over and taking the contact.
You know, a lot of times those kinds of plays change the momentum of the game, and even though they don't show up in the box score, they're significant plays.
Right for the Thunder last season, 30-11 on their home floor, but this crowd has been packing the building even when they had the 4th worst record in the NBA.
Well, Oklahoma City is a one-sport
Give me the ball.
one-team town.
What are you doing, Kerry?
Only major sports team there, and the fans so passionate there, and they're very fortunate to have a talented young club to follow and to support. And it's going to be very interesting to see how this team develops over the next few years. They've got a great home court advantage.
Outside Mayo. Shoots a fader. Will it go? And he finishes on the layup. Smith's got 6.
That's a tough matchup, and yet he found a way to get off that shot. Impressive.
You know what, guys? I mean, those are really the kind of challenges he loves. I mean, he's that kind of a competitor.
Here's Arthur. What a finish with the reverse dunk.
I tell you right now, that one there will get you a 50 at the dunk contest. Perfect score.
Yeah, maybe he thought he was in the dunk contest.
It sure looked like it. That was kind of a special occasion dunk, guys.
Here's Curry. 12 points for him.
Well, I like Darrell Arthur. He's a guy who is starting to figure out his role in the NBA. Has a double-double type game in terms of scoring and rebounding as he continues to improve.
Here's the beast. Back to Durant. Just 5 on the clock. And he drops in the layup off the glass. Durant's got 12.
You know, he got one step ahead of the defense on that one. Excellent job.
And Darrell Arthur, greatly improved last season at Kansas. Clark, a great scorer there, and he's starting now to live up to that in the pro.
Yeah, I think he's found a nice rhythm, a good comfort level for himself. I mean, he's more than doubled his scoring while improving his accuracy, and really a breakthrough season for him.
Curry gets to Durant.
Hope everyone enjoys it here. Please follow the stream.
Here's the beast. Back to Durant. Over Batum. No good from Durant.
Oh, they're now +5 in the rebound category, really controlling the glass.
And rebounding is one of those non-glamour stats. I mean, it takes work and effort and tenacity and physicality. But when you look at the scoreboard, you can see the correlation.
Got to be very careful with this team. They can be really strong inside if they get good position.
Well, you give up that kind of deep position, Steve, you're done. It's over.
On its way from Curry for 2, and that one goes long.
Now, they've got to be careful. They can't give him that much room because at that range, he'll make you pay.
Battier outside. Mayo kicks to Gay. Shoots from the post. Gets it to go.
Oh, come on.
Gay's got 4 points this quarter.
Boy, they are really getting chewed up inside here. I mean, that's 8 of the last 10 points they've given up inside, in the paint.
Yeah, and the paint should be sacred ground for a defense. I mean, you can't let anybody just trot in there and get an easy bucket.
Marc Gasol has checked in for Memphis. Randolph comes in for Shane Battier. Now a timeout called by Oklahoma City.
Yeah, the Memphis Grizzlies made the playoffs last year for the first time in 5 seasons. But the road record is still an area that they'd like to improve this year. Just 16 road wins last season total.
Here's the beast. He's covered by Randolph. Shot denied. And here are the Grizzlies now. They've outscored them 10 points to 2 during this run. Curry against Gay. He feeds it to Randolph. Pulls it up. Thunder trailing by 10. Curry is inside.
Oh my God.
Shot is off. Excellent D there from Mayo.
Well, they've built a big lead here so far, and a lot of it has to do with how well they've been rebounding.
Yeah, every time they make a stop, they're securing the rebound, and that's really allowed them to get out to this lead. Unnecessary pass there. He's got to make a better decision.
There's a good screen. Here's Cephalosha. The shot misses. And it's Memphis the other way. They defeated Charlotte in their last game.
And I love their aggressiveness going to the hoop. I mean, they drew a ton of fouls and got to the line. That gave them some easy points.
Well, it's only halfway there if you get to the line and don't convert. You got to do both, and they did. They got fouled, and they made foul shots.
Durant kicks to Ibaka. Shoots it. Cephalosha misses. It's tipped. Durant, and he makes good on the layup. Durant's got 4 points in the quarter.
Well, that's the problem. You turn the ball over, and your defense just isn't set up at the other end.
And sometimes when it happens that way, it almost feels like a 4-point bucket.
Gasol, a screen on Curry. Here's Smith. Goes up. A strong finish under heavy pressure all over. Smith's got 8 points. Ibaka with a screen on Smith. Here's Durant. It's rebounded by Randolph. Randolph's got his 5th rebound right now in the game.
Scott Brooks enjoyed a long career in the NBA before becoming a coach playing point for a lot of teams over the course of 11 seasons in the league.
Poke loose. Curry with the steal. Solo break. Jumps up. Drops in the breakaway layup. He's got 14.
Finger roll. That's pure style, guys. I like that.
Well, back to Brooks. Even won a title, Steve, with the 94 Rockets.
Yeah, he was a tough player. One of those guys who'd pick you up full court, 94 feet, defend and scrap and claw for everything. And not really surprising to me that he eventually became a coach.
Here's Gay. A 26-point game for him in the win against Charlotte. Smith outside. Six on the shot clock. Step back on that one and let it fly. Smith's got 6 in the quarter.
He is really having a good quarter, a strong quarter, an efficient quarter, doing a lot of positive things out there.
Here's the Beast, guarded by Mayo. Back to Curry, takes the 3. It's rebounded by Randolph. Randolph's got 6 rebounds in the game.
They have really been a group of glass eaters out there today, fellas. I mean, just devouring any and all rebounds.
And I think that's the difference in the game right now. A double-digit lead in that category.
Dishes to Gasol. Memphis needs to get off a shot here. Gay can't get it to go.
I don't mind that shot, though. He's an excellent three-point shooter. He's just showing a lot of confidence there.
I'm right with you there, Steve. I mean, let it flow when you're feeling it.
Outside Curry. Hits it from three-point range. Curry's got 17.
No question about it, guys. He's been one of their best performers today.
Smith outside.
How are you doing today?
And Curry picks him up defensively. Smith dishes to Gasol. Durant against Gay. Over Durant. Another miss by Gay.
You gotta like the defense not quitting on the play and getting a hand in the face.
Sure do it. With a tough defender breathing down your neck, that makes it not an easy shot.
Here's Durant.
Oh, come
it's
on,
rebounded by Memphis. Gay's got his 5th rebound right now in the game.
I thought Kevin Durant did a nice job last year of cutting down on his turnovers and becoming a more efficient offensive player. And that's important for him to continue to improve as he goes on in his career.
Smith inside, defended by Durant. Thunder trailing by 7. Curry passes to Durant. Working on Gasol. Back to Curry. Over Mayo. Curry can't get it to go. You know, Steve, speaking of Durant cutting down on his turnovers, he's still working on his playmaking and increasing his assist numbers. He said he'd take great pride in that number growing over his career.
Yeah, Kevin, and that's the next step, I think, in his development when you look at him. I mean, he attracts so much attention because he...
And so that's the end of the first half. It's more NBA coming your...
It's Friday night. The Rockets grab the win against the Timberwolves.
Here's Henry. Randolph backs in. Here's Arthur. Right now averaging 11 points a game. Out of bounds. They'll keep possession.
You know, the Thunder guys showed their talent in the playoffs last season. I think that devastating loss to Dallas in Game 4 of the conference finals was where they finally kind of caved in.
The Beast, he's in a power forward. Nate Robinson is out there with Daquan Cook.
Fake, man, fake.
And it's Perkins in the center position. That's the lineup out there for the Thunder.
You know, you get better elevation with the one-hand dunk, and it's the most basic of all. Keep it simple.
And probably the most reliable.
Yeah, hard to mess that one up.
And here is Henry. Now, here is Young. Shot clock at 5. Fades away.
Oh my God.
Right, but had the right spin on it. And the Grizzlies lead by 6.
And Clark, you
They
mentioned
don't
Game
lose
4
anything
of that,
when I'm
Oklahoma City
in
Dallas
court.
series. A 15-point lead for the Thunder with 5 minutes left in the game. Dallas came back and forced overtime. And I remember the Thunder's incredible fans. Even amidst the most heartbreaking loss of the season, they were chanting OKC, OKC till the bitter end. They have diehard support there in Oklahoma City. tried to thread the needle there. It wasn't there.
Cook, good. Here's Henry. Robinson picks him up. Henry with it. Outside, Randolph. Goes up and lays it nice and easy. Randolph's got his third basket of the night. Robinson kicks to Cephalosha. He passes to Perkins.
Sorry.
Right side, Robinson. And again, Oklahoma City with the triple.
I'll tell you what, three-point shooting, a huge factor for them offensively.
Yeah, defensively, you got to make an adjustment. I mean, you can't continue to collapse inside and give these guys quality looks.
Young dishes to Henry. Randolph, a screen on Robinson. Off the screen. And it's going to be 2 free throws. Drew contact on the shot.
You know, fellas, this Oklahoma City team is built the right way. I mean, been done with patience. Through the draft, I mean, you got to have some good fortune there when you're talking about the draft. The money's been spent wisely, and now I think they're starting to approach the finished product, a team capable of winning NBA titles for years to come. Certainly, they'll be contending for them, you would think.
Sure. Catching up on the changes for Memphis. Marcus All is checked in for Arthur. Gay comes in for Shane Battier, and it's Ish Smith in for Sam Young. For the tie, and it's Rudy Gay with the rebound. And for the Thunder, they've been a team that has preached defense first. And with the addition of Kendrick Perkins, that certainly adds now to a big athletic and physical, tough team up front. And really from top to bottom, Steve.
Yeah, and they've got a nice bench, too, Kevin. There's not a whole lot lacking on this roster. But what they have to do is improve from within. Last year, I thought they were exposed in the playoffs. They didn't get great shots. They didn't look fluid offensively. Those are areas that they can improve upon.
Here's Curry. He's got 21. Moving the ball. Here's the Beast. He's covered by Randolph. And there's the whistle on the shot. Took the foul. Shot misses. He'll be shooting 2.
Guys, I don't think there's any question about it. It was the best season in Grizzlies franchise history last season. I mean, a team that was 0-12 in the playoffs, had never won a playoff game, upsets the top-seeded Spurs in really convincing fashion.
Stop him, man. Stop him.
A really difficult matchup for San Antonio.
Now Curry, averaging 22 points a game. Shot clock at 6. He feeds it to Perkins. With 1 on the clock. Nothing but air on that one. Ouch. The Grizzlies, Clark, took the Thunder all the way to 7 games. This is a team that won 46 games in the regular season. And then all of a sudden, they look like one of the best teams, Steve, in the West.
Yeah, what an amazing turnaround, Kevin. And they did all that without arguably their best player in Rudy Gay. But what I like best about Memphis is that they really established an identity. They pounded you inside. They really hustled defensively. And they were going to outwork you. And I think that was the key in their playoff run.
So the whistle blows on the shot and 2 free throws for the contact right there.
You know, oftentimes, Kevin, we'll see players struggle in their first season after getting a big contract, but not Rudy Gay. The only thing that sidetracked him was a late-season shoulder injury.
Well, despite that injury to Rudy Gay, Clark, the production has to be encouraging. You said career highs, Steve, almost across the board.
Yeah, you look at the numbers, Kevin, 47% from the field, 40% from the three-point line. He makes his free throws, 80% there. So Rudy Gay, really an emerging star. It'll be interesting to see how they can kind of re-engage him into this offense after he was injured last year.
You know, when I look at this Memphis Grizzlies team, I mean, such an impressive playoff run for them last season. And the thing that stood out for me was their depth. They got contribution from a lot of players.
And Clark, you talk about the depth of that Memphis team. You think about the bench players that stepped up in the playoffs, guys like Darrell Arthur, Shane Battier, Grievous Vasquez, giving them big minutes at that backup point guard spot. And then, of course, O.J. Mayo, the guy who would start for a lot of teams. He came off the bench, gave them tough defense, and made some big shots. They're in a groove now. These three-pointers just falling at will here in the second half.
Yeah, I think the defense has got major headaches because This team's just not missing.
Smith kicks to Henry. Randolph backs in. Henry passes to Gay. Pass to Gasol. Fade away. And that one's good.
Come on, Gasol.
Gasol's got his first 2 points of the night.
Yeah, they are just lighting him up from mid-range area.
You know, sometimes we forget about the value of the mid-range or in-between game.
They can't pass me the
This
ball
team has
inside,
made 8 of
man.
their last 10 with that shot, the in-between shot.
Gay left side. Open look. The Beast cleans the glass. Thunder trailing by 5. Curry dishes to Cephalosha. And Perkins backs in. And that falls. Perkins got his first points in this one.
Looked like they found the soft spot in the defense there.
Here's Henry. He has 6. Gay outside. Outside Gasol. From beyond the arc, the Thunder pull it in. This, of course, their first opportunity to play Memphis this season.
Well, that was a great showing when these two clubs met in the playoffs last year. That was a big series victory for this team.
Randolph backs in. And a foul called on the shot. Got him on the way up that time, so he'll shoot 2 right here. And the playoff series win, of course, came at...
Oh my God. 11 points.
Here's Maynard. Up top, Curry. Now Mayo defending. And the basket by Curry. Curry's got 25 points.
You see very few mistakes from him at that end of the floor.
Taking a look at the Grizzlies. Mayo at the 2 with Gay at the 3. Leon Poe out there with Marc Gasol. And it's Smith in at point guard. They're moving the ball. Here is Cook. And it's off from three-point range. Smith outside. Backing down is Gay. Foul call that time on the way up. That'll give him 2 chances at the free throw line here. They get Stephen Curry.
We can't win,
By
man.
all accounts, Kevin, it was a great season for the Grizzlies
I
last
don't
year. I mean,
make a win in
bit of a down
Oklahoma
season
yet.
for Marc Gasol, though I thought he rebounded and scored pretty well in the playoffs.
And he ends up missing both free throws. And you look at Marc Gasol, 26 years of age. Steve, how good do you think he can get?
Well, he's one of the best centers in the league right now. And you look at the size and the strength to go along with the skill. You know, he can pass, he can score, he can knock down that 16, 17-footer at the foul line. He has turned himself into a very, very good basketball player.
Thunder trailing by 11. And here is Durant. There's a screen. Tipped. Stolen by Gay.
Guys, you take a look at that box score. 5 turnovers for him. I think he's got to avoid the high-risk plays. Just be solid out there.
And it's the Thunder with the ball. 11-point game. Here is Cook. He's covered by Gay. Dives for it. The baseline jam. And again, no good by Oklahoma City.
There's no getting around the simple fact that that's a shot he has to knock down.
Tries in the post. Pass to Mayo. And Curry picks him up defensively. Layup off the pick.
They may have to start looking for some other options because he's really struggling out there.
And the rebound goes to the Grizzlies. Gay's got 9 rebounds in the game, getting it done. And Smith backing in. And there's Marc Gasol on the assist by Smith. And the Grizzlies lead by 13. Now here's Curry. Gathers, jams it straight down.
It makes it so easy for your teammate when you can lead him with a pass like that one.
Timeout called, the Grizzlies.
He's been locked in from deep. They're giving him too much breathing room and definitely paying the price for it.
And let's get this update now from Doris Burke, who's across the way on the sideline.
Hey, Kevin. During that last break, I heard Lionel Hollins as he addressed his team. He wants to make sure they stay assertive and aggressive on the offensive end, saying, I don't want to sit on this lead. Let's build on it and not give them a chance of coming back. Guys?
Mayo drills the baseline jumper. Mayo's got 4 points this quarter.
You look at their scoring. Mid-range jumpers account for 6 of their last 10 points.
Well, defensively, they're doing a nice job of keeping them out of the paint, but you got to give them credit. They're knocking down shots.
Off his leg, and it's being called a kickball. On defense, Memphis. It's a 13-point game. No good on the quick 3.
Another board for them, and they've got a huge advantage in that regard.
Yeah, it's not really a surprise. I mean, rebounding one of the true barometers in winning basketball games. And if you rebound better, you typically are going to win ball games and do it comfortably. You know, they're just getting hammered inside and really need to find a way to be tougher down there. They got to be physical. They got to man up in there.
I agree. I mean, you look at the points they're giving up, most of them seem to be coming inside the paint.
Kevin, well done there. Entry passes aren't the easiest ones to make, but they may be the most important ones.
Vasquez kicks to Battier. Outside Mayo. 6 to shoot. Over Vaden. Again, Mayo missing.
Shooting-wise, he's having a tough quarter. I mean, he just seems to have gone cold. Can't find the basket.
Out of bounds.
Oh my God.
And they'll keep possession. Here's what Memphis has lined up on their schedule. They get to take on the Heat at Miami after this one.
Of course
So
we
it's
lost.
Memphis picking up the win.
You did everything you could to keep your team in the game, but it wasn't enough. What are you able to take from a good performance like that, knowing that it came in a loss?
I never like losing a game, but even when I play well, there's always something you can pull from it to use moving forward. For one thing, I know I could have done a better job with my help defense, and our defensive unit as a whole wasn't executing the way we're capable of. The good thing, though, is that a loss only serves to fire me up and make me that much more focused the next time we get out there. Feel me?
Come on, the chemistry of the team never goes up. Oh. Oh, 6,000 points, nice. Everything on hands. Nice. I hope now we can catch the ball better.
Well, before you look ahead to your busy week, sit down, relax, pull up a chair. as we bring you another NBA broadcast. And thanks for sharing part of your weekend with us.
Oh, we are
Clippers
in the
hoping to
starting
give a
lineup
strong showing here
for
their
the
home
first
crowd.
time.
A great start to the season for them, notching 3 wins to tip it off.
Right now for the Clippers, I think they've got to be commended for getting to where they are in the standings. I mean, it's not exactly on top of the world, but it's a big improvement over last season.
No doubt about that, Clark. I mean, they're not a doormat anymore, and that's important. This team was embarrassed a year ago, but they took a lot of pride this season, and they've put in a lot of work to get better.
And checking out Oklahoma City's opening lineup, courtesy of our friends at State Farm. The Beast in its center. Steph Curry's out there with Nate Robinson. And it's Ibaka. And it's Durant in at the 3 spot. And for the Clippers, Al-Farouq Aminu and Blake Griffin at the forward spots. Ginobili out there with Gordon. And it's Kaman in at the center position. Let's go quickly over to Doris Burke for an update.
Kevin, I briefly had a chance to catch up with Vinny Del Negro. He said that he has a team prepped for the shot blockers their opponents feature and has a countermeasure for it. He said we're going to turn things around on them, getting them up in the air with pump fakes, creating some contact, and get them in foul trouble. Let's see if they're successful.
All right, Doris, thank you. Taking on a defense like that one they're facing today, Clark has certainly got their attention.
Yeah, you know what, Kevin? I think they're going about it the right way. I mean, they need to dictate what they do offensively instead of taking what's available. Take what you want.
Steve?
Well, that's the only way to go. I mean, this is a game about aggressiveness, and if they're not aggressive, that defense is just going to swallow them up.
Shot clock at 6. Ginobili with the 3. Shot's good. Ginobili's got himself going with the triple, his first basket of the game.
Ginobili got ready
The Clippers managed to go 19 and 33 against the Western Conference last season. That was a solid 4-game improvement, though, over the prior season.
Here's Curry with the 3, and it's the Clippers with the rebound. They come into this having outplayed Phoenix the last game.
And above all else in that game, the long-range shooting, to me, was what made the biggest impact.
Well, you called it. You're all over it, Steve. I mean, it's really hard for an opponent to overcome that kind of 3-point barrage. I mean, I think it's the great equalizer.
Yeah, of course.
You can negate a lot
Ginobili
of weaknesses if you can make
is scary now, and Durant can make the
nice
3.
record against the West, their best mark, Steve, in the last 3 seasons.
But still the 3rd worst overall record in the West.
Look.
And it is no easy task trying to move your way up this Western Conference.
Guys, we've seen some excellent offensive output.
Yes, sir, fellas. They've had it going on big time.
Big time is right, Clark. A lot of momentum here offensively. Now, he can't get that one to go, but that's a shot he'll hit more often than not.
The Beast gets the nod, and this is the first time hearing his name called in the starting lineup.
Well, he's already shown he has a great work ethic, and that's key because he's trying to develop into an everyday player out there.
And, Steve, with that work ethic, there's no reason to think that won't happen.
Here's Griffin, following the score by Serge Ibaka.
How impressive was Blake Griffin? Became an all-star in just his first season
Oh my
playing
God.
with the Clippers. And not many people can ever do that in the NBA, especially these days when the players are coming in at such a young age.
Now here's Gordon, coming off a solid outing against Phoenix. And Griffin backs in, tries in the post, and he races to the bucket for 2. Griffin's got his first bucket of the night. And Blake Griffin, an all-star in his first season, the last rookie, Clark, to be selected as a reserve for the all-star game. Tim Duncan back in 1998.
It's pretty rare you have a player walk into the NBA and pretty much immediately claim superstar status. It was a combination of the weight for Blake Griffin after the injury that cost him his official rookie year, and then also doing it in LA. And it doesn't hurt when you can become a hit on YouTube with all of those monster throwdowns.
Here is Durant, following the basket by Blake Griffin. Now here's Durant. Here's the Beast, defended by Gordon, stolen by Gordon.
Great job defensively, getting out and forcing that turnover.
Here's Aminu, and another 3 for the
They
Clippers.
don't lose
They're really
anything,
struggling
man.
defensively, giving up too many easy buckets.
And they've been on fire offensively as a result, Clark.
Curry passes to Durant. Al-Farouq Aminu covering. Back to Durant, moving the ball well. Curry outside. They grab their own miss. Here's the Beast. Takes it up, and he bangs it home with one hand.
Boy, he really muscled his way to that rebound, guys, didn't he?
He sure did, and then hammered it right back in there.
Well, that's the importance of offensive rebounding. What could have been a failed possession turned into 2 points.
Now here's Griffin. 8 points his last outing, and that one's good. Griffin's got his second bucket of the night.
Right from the get-go, they've been shooting the ball extremely well.
Well, I think it's a matter of just continuing to knock down shots like that. They'll get the W here, no question about it.
Robinson dishes to Curry. Five on the clock. And Kamen picks him up defensively. Gets it to go.
Scott Brooks enjoyed a long career in the NBA before becoming a coach playing point for a lot of teams over the course of 11 seasons in the league.
Curry against Gordon. Shoots the three, and again, it's the Clippers from deep.
They score only with 3 points,
won
man.
a title, Steve, with the 94 Rockets.
Yeah, he was a tough player. One of those guys who pick you up full court, 94 feet, defend and scrap and claw for everything. And not really surprising to me that he eventually became a coach.
Clippers leading by 9. Ginobili kicks to Griffin. And the rejection by Ibaka. And it's the Thunder with the ball. 9-point game. They come into this one following the loss to the Grizzlies.
Well, you got to play defense without fouling, and they did not do that in that game. The foul trouble by the end of the game was really a major issue.
And it hurt them in 2 ways. One, in addition to all the points it led to at the free throw line. 2, it also prevented them.
Here's 4. A 14-point game for him in the win against Phoenix. Griffin working on Ibaka. Shoots. Griffin's shot is off.
A very rough quarter for him, as not much is falling right now.
Robinson for 3. The basket good off the assist from Durant. Robinson's got 5 now.
It has been all offense here early.
It sure has been. I mean, both teams clicking, and it's been an entertaining game as well, guys.
Now 8 seconds separating the 2 clocks. And Voigt kicks to Griffin. Backs down. The free throw drops for Kamen. The Thunder making a switch here. He's off on the second. Now Durant. He's coming off a 25-point game against Memphis. Chris Kamen with the rebound. Kamen's got 3 rebounds so far in the game. First free throw is good.
Unbelievable.
Both free throws good from Griffin. Here is Durant. Robinson for 3. And no good trying to get that one. Offense.
He gave the ball to Robinson.
Comes to a close.
He gave the ball to Robinson.
Tune in this Thursday. LeBron James and the Miami Heat.
And the first quarter is in the books. Second about ready to get underway.
You know, fellas, this Oklahoma City team is built the right way. I mean, it's been done with patience through the draft. I mean, you've got to have some good fortune there when you're talking about the draft. The money's been spent wisely. And now I think they're starting to approach the finished product, the team capable of winning NBA titles for years to come. Certainly they'll be contending for them, you would think.
Sure. And a chance here presented by Gatorade to see who's on the floor. All fueled up and ready to go for the start of the second quarter. So for Oklahoma City right now, the Beast in at the 4 spot. Cephalosha is the 2 with Durant at the 3. Nate Robinson is out there with Perkins. And for the Thunder, they've been a team that has preached defense first. And with the addition of Kendrick Perkins, that certainly adds now to a big, athletic, and physical, tough team up front, and really from top to bottom, Steve.
Yeah, and they've got a nice bench, too, Kevin. There's not a whole lot lacking on this roster. But what they have to do is improve from within. Last year, I thought they were exposed in the playoffs. They didn't get great shots. They didn't look fluid offensively. Those are areas that they can improve upon.
Clippers leading by 7. Here's Foy. Ooh, the double clutch. And they're able to recover. Aminu misses.
And not really the guy you want taking that shot there.
Robinson against Ginobili. Stolen by Ginobili.
Oh my
and they're
God.
on the break. A finish. Wow. Phenomenal play. Now the replay from the Sprite Slam King.
Boy, he hung him out to dry that time. A terrific reverse.
You can't help but be amazed by that
Man, that's one to remember, huh?
Outside Durant, and Kalen picks him up defensively. From 20 feet out, shot's good by Durant. Durant's got 11 points.
Well, Kevin Durant creates so much space for his shot. I thought at times he settled a little bit too much.
Griffin is really hard
shots
to play.
Where he could make the most improvement is down on the block with a post game.
He keep me out of his post all the time.
First time out here. Speaking of Durant, Clark, and working in the post, do you think he's strong enough physically to be effective down there?
At this point in time, that's one area he needs to get better at. He needs to add more strength in terms of being a post player. If he's taller than the guy defending him, then I think he can be somewhat effective. But that's an area of growth for him. As he gets more aggressive and adds to that frame of his, and I think he can really be a difficult guy to defend in the low post. But he's not there yet.
Because, you know, the initial defense is going to be strong. And a lot of times we go over and you have somebody double. Now you have 2 guys
That's
on
right.
it. And that's tough.
That's exactly right.
Here's the beast. And Griffin picks him up defensively. Back to Curry. It's stolen by Foy.
I think he baited him on that pass. Very savvy defense.
And Griffin backs in. Inside shot. And the Clippers getting another bucket right there.
Kevin, great finish on the low block. I love it.
Robinson for 3. That one goes. Count it. Robinson's got his 3rd bucket of the night. Here's Foy, averaging 10 points per contest. Robinson against Ginobili. The Beast hauls it in after the good box out. Thunder trailing by 8. Curry passes to Robinson. To the middle. It's stolen by Foy. And it's the Clippers' ball. They've only allowed 5 points in the quarter. They're getting their first look at the Thunder in this one.
Yeah, they're going to have a chance tonight to kind of feel each other out, see where each one is, but they're going to get to know each other well. They got 3 more matchups down the road.
Here's Durant.
Oh my God.
Jacks up a 3.
He was inside alone, man, and he passed out.
Foy with it. And Curry picks him up defensively. Clock at 6. Ginobili with the 3. The offensive rebound. Griffin goes back up. No good on the layup.
I think he's been fighting his shot a little bit. He's not getting many of them to drop right now.
Stolen by Ginobili. And the layup is good. Ginobili's got 6 in the quarter.
That's a tough matchup, and yet he found a way to get off that shot. Impressive.
You know what, guys? I mean, those are really the kind of challenges he loves. I mean, he's that kind of competitor.
Here we are in November. Let's see how things are shaking out in the West early in the season. We look at the Clippers. They're sitting 8th right now in the early going. And checking out Oklahoma City. Way down the ladder.
You know, I think for the Clippers, you know, they've really battled this year to avoid the same fate they suffered last season when things got pretty ugly.
Well, you always want to turn things around after a bad year, and I think that's what this club has done. I mean, they're not the most talented team in the league, but they've I think, performed admirably, and they've probably done exactly what they hoped to do when the season started.
Gordon against Curry. Launches it. Aminu with the bucket. Aminu's got 11.
Great looking bounce pass to set up that play.
Robinson for three. Good, and Curry gets the assist. Curry's got 3 assists tonight.
It's been a great day for him from the field, but his team still trailing.
Blocked. Out of bounds. And they retain possession. Serge Ibaka has checked in for the Thunder. Here's Kaman. He had 13 points in the win against the Suns in Phoenix. And the basket by Gordon.
Clearly, a defensive breakdown there, guys. They didn't play him close enough on the inbound and then gave up the triple.
Ibaka backs down. The shot. Shot is no good. Great D that time from Griffin.
You know, it might not be the biggest margin, but don't take what they've done on the boards for granted. I mean, it's been a strong area for them in this game.
Well, you know, Clark, I mean, it all adds up. You do a little bit better job here, a little better job there, and you look up, it makes a big difference on the scoreboard.
5 to shoot. Ginobili with the 3. Snatched up. Beyond the arc. There's the bucket.
Oh, come on.
Ginobili's got 9 points now in the quarter.
3-pointers have been a huge problem for this defense.
Yeah, they've been a day late and $1 short. I mean, and it's costly. You got to get there sooner.
They double him with Kaman. The lead pass was put in just the right spot.
It's been a little too easy for them inside, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think so, Steve. I mean, they've really dictated the action in the paint. That's been their focus, and the defense hasn't mounted much resistance at all.
Outside, Ginobili, and a
4 of 6, 3 of 3, 2 of 2.
It's the Clippers from deep.
Vinny Del Negro didn't have an easy go of it leading the way for the Clippers in his first year coaching that team, but he was able to get them to up their win total, and that's something to build off of.
Ibaka, down goes the slam.
Boy, that's the way to bang it, fellas.
Well, that's just par for the course for this guy.
So true. He's one of the league's best finishers, without a doubt.
Back to Griffin. Defended by Ibaka. Griffin's shot is off.
Well, getting back to Del Negro, Clark, I mean, this is a team that has a lot of young talent. You've got Blake Griffin to build around, but it's had a losing culture for so long. So this is a tough job. I mean, he's got to really change their style, get them to buy into playing defense and playing together, and try to build some momentum with a franchise that really never has had any. That's 3 turnovers for him in this quarter alone, guys. He's got to be better with it.
Kaman backing down. Pulls it up. Thunder trailing by 17. Outside Durant. Back to Curry. And it's Gordon picking him up. Very pretty alley-oop layup. 13 points for Kevin Durant.
And how about Steph Curry in just his second season in the NBA, led the league in foul shooting, a great three-point shooter at over 40% from there. So this guy is an incredible marksman.
From outside the arc, cannot hit. So Oklahoma City will take it the other way. Their next game is at Oracle Arena, so a road game with the Warriors. That matchup falls in the middle game of this 3-game trip. Clippers leading by 15. Aminu with the bucket. Aminu's got 5 points in the quarter.
You give him an opening like that one, he'll take advantage.
Great looking transition that time, guys.
And Steph Curry 2 seasons ago, the first rookie in NBA history to connect Clark on 45% from the floor, 40% from three-point territory, and then 85% from the free throw line.
Yeah, that's an impressive list of shooting percentage numbers there. And, you know, last year he matched or bettered all his marks from his first season in the league. So he's clearly a guy who can be considered a legendary shooter, assuming he can be healthy and continue to play.
Here's Gordon. 6 points for him. Ibaka comes with the double team. Here's Griffin. A very friendly bounce off the back iron. Griffin's got 13. Gordon against Curry. Outside Robinson. He kicks it to Ibaka. It's Durant on the wing. He's covered by Aminu. That doesn't go either for Durant. Clippers leading by 17. Foul call that time on the way up. That'll give him 2 chances at the free throw line here. It's on Kevin Durant.
And he draws the foul. Almost got the shot to go as well.
I'll tell you what, I love that body control to still be able to get that shot off.
Tell you what, Al-Farouq Aminu at 6'9", about 220 pounds. Looks like he was just born to play basketball. Long arms, nice shooting touch. And with Blake Griffin holding down the 4 spot for the Clippers, they hope that Aminu can become their future 3.
Catching up on the changes for the Clippers. DeAndre Jordan's checked in for Kaman. And it's Smith in for Blake Griffin. Shots good by Ibaka.
Boy, he really used his height there.
He sure did, Steve. I mean, a nice touch on that shot.
There's 18 seconds left in the first half. Now Ginobili. 32 points for him last game against Phoenix. From deep. That's good.
Ginobili is like Curry.
Yeah, he is, and they've got to find a way to get out there on him.
And through the first half, a pretty lopsided affair.
Thanks so much for joining us for this edition of
10 of 13, 3 points.
Boston came away with a win again.
Welcome back, everyone, to the start of the second half. Big margin on our hands, but we'll see if that gap narrows down in the third and fourth quarters. Here's Gordon. Griffin and Kaman are up front. Ginobili out there with Gordon. And it's Aminu in at the 3 slot. That's Vinny Del Negro's 5 as we get into the second half. Thunder trailing by 20.
Well, you look at this Clippers team in the bottom 3 in the Western Conference last season, but they've got a lot of young talent. Blake Griffin, DeAndre Jordan, Eric Gordon. And this is a team that's only going to get better. They sure seem to be headed in the right direction.
Gordon dishes to Aminu. That's blocked. And here we go with Nate Robinson. Curry kicks to Robinson. Al-Farouq Aminu covering. They're moving the ball. Lifts up. Here's Ibaka.
Oh, my
Griffin
God.
pulls it in. Griffin's got his 7th rebound of the game with that last one. You know, Steve, speaking about the upside of the Clippers, you know, it's interesting, Clark. Where would you rank this front court from an athleticism standpoint? That might be kind of easy.
Yeah, it would be. I'd go right to the top of the list. How about number 1? I mean, Blake Griffin and DeAndre Jordan. That should be illegal, Kevin. I tell you what, I bet that's the best assist we're going to see tonight.
Well, he laid it up there, Steve, a pass where only his teammate could get it.
Well, perfect timing. I mean, that's what you need to make that kind of a connection.
Guys, nothing has really come easy for him today.
Yeah, you'd have to consider this not one of their best performances.
This is to Robinson. Outside Durant. 6 on the shot clock. Aminu gets the reach-in call. That'll be his 2nd foul of the game. Here is Durant. 13 points in the game. Al-Farouq Aminu covering. Here's Ibaka. Shot is blocked.
4 straight misses. They've got to find a way to get back on track.
Outside Gordon. And Griffin backs in. Left block shot on the way. And it's the Thunder with the ball. Nothing yet for them in the third quarter.
Boy, this is scary. You get a score rolling like this, you're in some trouble.
Yeah, you can't leave a guy like that on an island. I mean, you got to bring some help.
Ginobili against Robinson. And the rejection by Ibaka. But they retain possession. Thunder trailing by 20. Stolen by Gordon.
Oh, come on, Durant.
So a break. Here's Aminu. Oh, tried to dunk it home, but drew the foul. It'll go to the line.
The
And now, let's
62
bring you the
overall
list of
play
the top
is
three-point
better than
shooting
you.
teams over the course of the past 10 games. The Clippers, number 1. In third, the Thunder.
When you knock down three-pointers at a high rate, it's attributable to spacing, Kevin. Spreading the floor so defenses can't cover that shot and get there to challenge them.
That free throw good from Aminu.
Well, Al-Farouq Aminu, such a terrific athlete. I mean, he gets up and down, tremendous leaping ability, a 7'4" wingspan. Struggled a little bit as a rookie, but I think his upside is high.
And Al-Farouq Aminu, his first name means the chief has arrived. Steve, that's fitting. He's apparently the descendant of Nigerian kings.
Well, that's an appropriate definition of his name, Kevin, because he's got a chance to be big time. He's so athletic. Now, he got inconsistent minutes.
Griffin, you are happy, man.
He came out after his freshman year at Wake Forest. So just a pop, but a tremendous potential.
Here's Griffin. He's got 15. There's Chris Kaman on the assist by Griffin. 9 points for Chris Kaman.
That's right where they wanted to go with the ball on that possession.
Curry kicks to Durant. Lets the three fly. It's hauled in by the Clippers. Kaman's got 8 rebounds in this game. They'll be at home for the next game against the Bobcats. And that's game 2 of this string of 4 games.
6 of 8, okay.
Played at home.
All of those three-pointers coming off his fingers have been right on the money.
Ginobili against Robinson. Shoots from 12. Durant with another miss.
And you can sense the frustration coming from him right now. He just can't find his game.
Boy, he is missing a lot of chances, Steve. Too many.
Ginobili working against Curry. Just 5 to shoot. Here's Gordon.
Come on.
You know, Kevin, I like that Eric Gordon seems to be at his best late in ball games. I mean, he said as much. .24 seconds left in the third. Kaman against Durant. Perkins against Kaman. Six to shoot. Durant for 3. Gets it to go. Durant's got 16. You know, he's definitely a catalyst for their offense, guys. I mean, he is so talented. He really causes problems for the other team's defense. And
Okay, 11 points. Let's see if we are going to make the comeback. Impossible, but...
now, while we've got a moment, we're going to send it over to Doris Burke for our Spark of the Game, presented by Sprite. Doris?
Hi, Kevin. It's the Los Angeles Clippers picking up the Sprite Spark. They're firing on all cylinders and are exactly where they want to be as they look to finish things out here in the final quarter of play.
And thank you for that, Doris. So the Thunder 5 right now. The Beast in at power forward. He's out there with Perkins. Durant is out there with Payne.
How you lost the
Great
rebound,
job
man.
of getting into the teeth of the defense and scoring in the paint.
And that's been their main point of attack. I mean, get the ball deep and try to score from in tight rather than rely on their outside shooting. I mean, that's a more consistent way to score it. Take it inside. You are really living dangerously if you let him roam free in three-point land. He's a dangerous marksman from out there.
And here's Gordon. Ginobili outside. Durant gets called for the reach. That's his 3rd foul of the game. The Thunder making a switch here. Here's Gordon. Gomes up top. Now here's Ginobili. Lock at 6. Connects from 3-point range.
Oh my God, this man.
Ginobili's got 29.
Boy, he's been good offensively tonight. I really like what I've seen.
Back backs down. Goes up, the beast, and he was fouled on the way up. 2 free throws now for him.
Well, Oklahoma City has been gradually improving over the last few seasons, and one of the things they've done better at is winning on the road. Last year, 25-16, one of the very best marks in the NBA.
And for the Thunder, that continued improvement on the road, and Stevie just said 25-16. Clark, one of the signals of their growth into a legitimate contender.
Well, Kevin, they've got a lot of the things you need to have to win on the road. They rebound the basketball. They're a good free throw shooting team. They've got the best scorer in the league, one of the best scorers in the league, in Kevin Durant. And they can put the ball in the basket as a team. Again, I really think you've got to be able to score when you go on the road. Offensively, you've got to be able to put pressure on. With that one, boy, they got the crowd buzzing there.
A pretty perfect play all around.
What a fantastic dunk to finish it off, too.
Pass to Ibaka. Back to Durant. Gomes covering. A leaner. And it's Durant missing. Clippers leading by 15. Gordon with it. Ibaka comes with the double team. Deflected.
You look at the turnover situation, guys, and it's not been that bad. Just a handful, and when you take care of the ball like that, that can help you build a lead.
He's picked up by Jordan. From the top of the key, they get it back. Outside for Durant. Here's the beast. Back to Durant. Ginobili against Robinson. Moving the ball. Shot clock at 5. Outside Curry. The 3. Scooped up. Here's the beast. And finally they hit one.
How about the determination right there on that putback?
Here's Ginobili. Guarded by Robinson. The beast is whistled for reaching in. That's his 3rd foul of the game. So it's both teams making substitutions here. Here's Griffin. Left side, Griffin. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Curry is tagged with the reach.
Why are they doing foul now? 3 seconds before.
Here's Gordon. Here's Cook. And the 3 off target. Thunder trailing by 13. Here's Cephalosha. Now Aminu. Taken away. And it's recovered by the Clippers.
Great steal in the paint. Thought he might get a layup out of it, and he wound up turning it over.
Ginobili against Robinson. Here's Aminu.
Strange trend here, guys. They're totally controlling the glass, but they still trail.
You get the feeling that one is going to correct. Either they'll lose their edge on the glass or catch up in points sooner or later. We'll see.
Robinson against Ginobili.
Curry doesn't shoot,
and
Robinson shoot, man.
And the Clippers lead by 15.
Got a good clear look right over the top of his defender because of that height advantage.
Outside for Curry. Goes up from the top of the key. It's hauled in by the Clippers. Aminu's got 8 rebounds in this game.
I don't like his body language, guys, right now. He looks like he's completely out of rhythm.
The beast gets called for the reach. That will get him his 4th foul of the game.
They may have to play a little less aggressively on defense because one more foul and they're in the penalty.
Well, see, you can be aggressive, but you just can't put your hands on folks. You got to move your feet.
Clock at 4. Ginobili the pass to Griffin.
Boy, a lot of darkness there. No daylight to get that ball through.
Throws down the alley-oop slam.
Well, they really look to run immediately after that turnover.
Well, that's how you cash in. You don't want to waste any time after the turnover. Go at it right away.
Here's Ginobili. Guarded by Robinson. Ginobili outside. Cook kicks to Griffin. Mohamed's there. Shot clock at 6. Here's Cook.
Yeah, of course.
Three-point land.
Come on now, you got to pay better attention than that on a shooter like him. He'll make that 10 times out of 10.
Curry outside, and that's good. Robinson picking up the assist. Robinson's got 6 assists now in the game. Clippers leading by 13, and the Clippers call time here. A moment to check in with Doris Burke. Doris?
I was able to listen in on what Vinny Del Negro had to say to his team. He was propping his guys up for their defensive pressure, saying, listen, the pressure you put on them has been fantastic. Keep pestering them, keep forcing turnovers, and we'll be in a great position to win this thing.
Chris Kaman is checked in for the Clippers. Bledsoe comes in for Al Farouk Aminu. Griffin dishes to Ginobili. And here is Kaman. Here's Gordon. And the running layup is good.
Can't pass up that kind of look.
Thunder trailing by 15. Outside Durant. Left side Ibaka. And Griffin picks him up defensively. Curry passes to Robinson. Kept alive. And then Durant with the jam.
A little bit too late Durant for that.
Here's Bledsoe. And Curry picks him up defensively. Curry brings the double. Shot from free throw range. The Thunder pull it in.
As great as they've been on the board so far, they just haven't found a way to get out on top.
Yeah, but if they continue to rebound, they can put together a little run here and cut into this lead.
And Robinson comes to help. And Griffin backs in. Here's Kaman. Serge Ibaka with the rebound. Thunder trailing by 13. Outside Robinson. Ibaka against Kaman. Fader on the way. And the rebound goes to Griffin. Griffin's got double-digit rebounds now in the game. Here's Kaman. Nails the baby hook. Kaman's got 4 points now in the quarter.
You know, taking it to the rim against such a smaller defender is usually going to work out just fine.
Curry is inside. Here's the beast. 6 on the shot clock. Takes it up. Chris Kaman pulls it in. Kaman's got 11 rebounds in the game. And Griffin backs in. Bledsoe with it. Eric Gordon on the wing. Ginobili outside. Lets it go with a 3. The shot is off. So Oklahoma City will take it the other way. And it's going to be 2 free throws. Drew contact on the shot.
Well, I tell you what, it's been a kind of a slow oozing of Nate Robinson's role from being a major part of what the Knicks did a few years ago to now being pretty much a role player.
A platoon swap here for the Clippers. So he hits 1 of 2 from the stripe. We brought up Robinson, Clark. Didn't see the minutes he was used to with Boston, certainly with New York. Then he was eventually traded to the Thunder. And I always felt, Steve, like they were trying to figure out how he fit with that team.
Well, the big thing, Kevin, was it was more about the trade for Perkins, and I thought the salary for Nate Robinson made the trade add up. There never really was a spot for him. So I think for Nate Robinson, he's going to have to find a team that can really use his skill set because there was a logjam at that position in Oklahoma City.
He feeds it to Durant. Here's the Clippers. And Smith backing in, guarded now by Durant. And it's blocked. Robinson with it.
That's going to do it. I don't think they have enough time here now.
This one's in the books.
From 20 feet out. And Durant gets it to go. The assist by Robinson. There's 18 seconds left in the fourth. Well, for the Clippers, they can just run out the clock. Now Warren. So the Clippers winning.
$62 overall. What else I can do to help you?
Great game out there tonight. You set your career high in points. Was this just a one-time outburst, or do you see yourself scoring like this on a regular basis?
Believe me, this is a conversation we're going to be having several more times in the future. I may have got my career high tonight, but that's just for tonight. I'm getting better every day, so don't be surprised if I top that mark next game. And the game after that, and the game after that. I feel like the sky's the limit for me, you know?
Team chemistry remain the same. Nice. We have to trade Robinson. We need a shooting guard.
In Oakland, California, 2K Sports proudly brings you the Warriors at Oracle Arena. For the Oklahoma City Thunder, they come in off a loss to the Clippers in Los Angeles.
And a big key to the loss to me was how poorly they shot their free throws. They just didn't make the most of their opportunities at the line.
They sure didn't. I'm not sure if it was a lack of concentration or confidence or a combination of the two, but they never looked settled at the strike.
Now the opening lineup for the Oklahoma City Thunder. The Beast in its center. Nate Robinson is out there with Steph Curry. Then it's Ibaka, and it's Durant in at the small forward. And for Golden State, Jarrell Wright and David Lee are the forwards. Russell Westbrook out there with Harden, and it's Udoh in at the 5.
You know, some criticize the hiring of Mark Jackson by the Warriors because he has no prior coaching experience, but he's full of confidence. He's a leader. I think he's going to be a tremendous success there. I don't doubt it at all.
That was all about the assist there. Just a beautiful feed.
There's a screen outside Curry. Udoh picks him up.
Well, talking about Mark Jackson and his inexperience, remember Doc Rivers did the same thing. Took over Orlando without any coaching experience, and Doc has turned into one of the best coaches in the NBA. So Mark Jackson could be on a similar path. Very bright, very energetic, that can really relate to the players. I think he's a good fit for Golden State.
All right, let's go over to the sideline with Doris Burke.
Well, Kevin, Mark Jackson gave me a couple of moments. Defending Kevin Durant is one of their focal points in this matchup. He told me that Durant gives defenders problems because he can pull up and shoot at any time from any distance. He said usually you can try and funnel and trap a player, but with Kevin, there isn't really a way to force him out of his range.
Thanks a lot, Doris.
You know, David Lee had a bit of a slow start at Golden State and never was able to get back to his normal marks, his typical scoring and rebounding numbers, but I still think he was a valuable contributor for him.
Double team on Westbrook. Goes up to the stripe. Offensive rebound. Wright dishes to Westbrook. Durant against Wright. Westbrook against Curry. Westbrook kicks to Wright. Clock at 6. Second shot opportunity. Blocked. But they recover.
Oh my God.
Here's Curry. 14 points from him the last game against the Clippers in Los Angeles. Udoh picks him up. The open shot, Ibaka. Lets it go from the baseline and nails it. Ibaka's got his first points in this one. And Clark, you mentioned Lee, Golden State needed some rebounding help, and Steve, he provided it.
Yeah, unfortunately, they still need more help along the front line next to Lee, but he's a nice player. He rebounds, he scores, he sets screens, plays with a lot of energy.
Oklahoma City trailing. They're getting their first look of the season at the Warriors in this one.
Well, last year it was a pretty predictable result when these two teams met.
Now Westbrook coming off a solid outing against Charlotte. Wright, left side. It's good from long range. Wright's got himself going there. His first points of the game on the deep ball. To get back to the point Steve made a moment ago, they handled them very well last year.
As they should have, Kevin. I mean, they would have been disappointed if it turned out any other way.
Harden the pass to Wright. He kicks to Westbrook. Right side Westbrook. Lee outside. Durant against Westbrook. Gets it to go. Here's Curry, looking for his first bucket of the game.
You know, the Thunder guys showed their talent in the playoffs last season. I think that devastating loss to Dallas in Game 4 of the conference finals was where they finally kind of caved in.
Harden hits the reach-in call. That is his first foul of the game.
First personal foul, team starts.
Here's Curry, right now averaging 21 points a game. Now Wright defending. Durant just inside the line. Good, and Curry gets the assist. Curry's got 3 assists tonight.
And Clark, you mentioned Game 4 of that Oklahoma City-Dallas series, a 15-point lead for the Thunder with 5 minutes left in the game. Dallas came back and forced overtime. And I remember the Thunder's incredible fans, even amidst the most heartbreaking loss of the season. They were chanting OKC, OKC till the bit.
Here is Robinson. He had an 18-point outing in the last game against the Clippers. Curry against Westbrook. Here's the Beast. Back to Curry. They're moving the ball. And he was fouled on the way up. 2 free throws now for him. It's going to be on David Lee.
You know, one of the things the Warriors have done pretty well over the years is scout the D-League. They found guys like Reggie Williams and Jeremy Lin. And they do a nice job of finding talent.
Good point, Steve. Warriors do uncover some unsung talent. They've got some players who have moved on. Impressive shooters, the undrafted Anthony Morrow, former D-League players, C.J. Watson, Anthony Tolliver, and go on and on.
Yeah, and of course, Kevin, sometimes injuries have necessitated the Warriors being creative and finding some of those kinds of guys. But nonetheless, they seem to have done a good job of picking the right ones that fit in well.
Lee, a screen on Curry. Westbrook dishes to right. 6 on the shot clock. No coverage that time. 6 points for Russell Westbrook. And here we go with Nate Robinson, averaging 8 points a game. Here's the Beast. Back to Durant. He feeds it to Perkins. Let's go. A terrific shot on the turnaround. Perkins got his first 2 points of the night.
Yeah, they are just lighting him up from mid-range area.
You know, sometimes we forget about the value of the mid-range or in-between game. This team has made 8 of their last 10 with that shot, the in-between shot.
Feeds it to right. The tray. And another 3 for Golden State.
I'll tell you what, he'll be quite contented to sit out there beyond the arc and knock down shot after shot if they're going to play defense like that. Tighten it up out there.
White against Durant. Guarded by Wright. And Oklahoma City again with the bucket.
I'll tell you what, right now that mid-range jumper serving them well.
Yes, it is, guys. That's 6 of their last 10 points coming from that mid-range area.
Here's Thornton. That's good, and so Westbrook comes up with the assist. And the Warriors lead by 1.
It has been all offense here early.
It sure has been. I mean, both teams clicking, and it's been an entertaining game as well, guys.
Harden against Robinson, and it's Harden picking him up. Robinson misses. On offense, here are the Warriors. They defeated Charlotte in their last game.
And the number of times they were able to get to the foul line, I thought was a big factor. It just seemed like they continued to go to the hole, and it paid off.
And their shooting percentage from the stripe was just as impressive as how many times they got there. I mean, it was a combination of quantity and quality from the line.
For 3, Durant. Offensive rebound. Tries again. Here's Perkins, but they retain possession. The Beast, and finally they hit 1. He has 6.
You know, the hardest part of that play was getting to the rebound. After that, it was easy.
Timeout called the Warriors. With a break in the action, let's see which teams have come away with the most steals in the NBA this season. Number 1, the Thunder. Second, the Warriors.
Well, they're defensive-minded teams, both of these teams are. They really pride themselves on making their opponents uncomfortable. And they get up into them. And because they do, they're able to get deflections that lead to steals, and that leads to points for them.
Shoots from the high post. Again, Golden State.
You know, when you look at Westbrook, he's not your prototypical point guard. I mean, he's a guy that can make passes, but he's much better when he's attacking the rim, looking to score.
Now here's Perkins. Back to Robinson. He dishes it to Durant. Oklahoma City needs to get off a shot. Robinson missing again. And Clark brought up Westbrook's scoring. Steve, it's so easy for him. It just makes sense.
Yeah, he can get around anybody at any time, and I think sometimes it actually hurts Westbrook a little bit because he has to rein in his own talent and understand circumstances and situations a little bit better. But that's all going to come as he gains more experience.
About 3 seconds between shot and game clock. Now here's Thornton, guarded closer. Westbrook kicks to right. On the wing. Nice jump shot. Good. Wright's got his third basket of the night right there. Curry outside. No good trying to beat the buzzer. And so lots of scoring in that competitive. And so far it's been a closely contested game as we get the second quarter up and going. And a moment now to reset the lineups, courtesy of Gatorade, all fueled up for the second quarter of basketball. So for the Golden State Warriors right now, Lee and Udoh at the 4 and 5. Russell Westbrook out there with Harden, and it's Wright in at the 3. Westbrook passes to Wright, jacks up a 3. It's rebounded by Oklahoma City. Outside Curry. Robinson. The 3, and a great assist by Curry as that one goes in. Curry's got his 4th assist in this one. And here's Westbrook. Left side Westbrook. Shoots over Curry, and he hits the jumper for 2. 10 points for Russell Westbrook.
You know, when there's little or no D on this guy and he's headed to the rim, let's chalk it up and go on.
Robinson for 3. Shot is off, so the Warriors take it the other way. Right side Westbrook. Lee dishes to Harden. Pass to Westbrook. Curry with the steal.
A lot of hands down there on the block. That's a tough position to be in offensively.
Give it to Durant, man. Give it to
When you put
Durant.
the isolated cam on the Warriors, I mean, normally pretty tough at Oracle Arena. Even though they haven't been much of a playoff contender, the crowd still shows up and gives them tremendous support.
Stolen by Durant.
Excellent steal that time. Pesky defensive play on his part.
The feed to Curry. They set the pick. Lee with the steal. And it's the Warriors with the ball. In the second quarter, they've given up just 3 points over Curry. And again, it's the Warriors missing. Clark here right on it. Warriors last season, 26 up and 15 down at home, an 8-game improvement to the prior year.
What are you doing, Gary?
Not bad at all. And
Two
that's
straight
pretty much a
offenses.
10-game improvement overall. So the next step for Golden State is to figure out how to win on the road. If they can do that, this is a team that could possibly be in the playoffs next season.
And it's Lee, that time on the assist by Wright. Wright's got 3 assists tonight.
That's 10 straight points on mid-range jump shots.
You know, to paraphrase a Bible verse that says, love covers over a multitude of sin, good shooting does the same thing in basketball.
Here's the Beast. Back to Durant. Just 5 on the clock. Kicks it to Perkins. Tries to snap the cold streak. They get it back. The Beast. And another shot. He lays it in with a soft touch. Perkins got his second basket of the night. Clarky talked about a back-and-forth game. This is the definition of that.
Yeah, no doubt about it, Kevin. I mean, not even through the first half, and it's been one heck of a battle.
Well, these are the kinds of games you love. I mean, 2 good teams going head-to-head, an even matchup. And both sides very competitive, on their toes tonight.
Here's the Beast, and he finishes nicely on the layup. 10 points for him.
Well, he really used the height advantage there down on the block.
Westbrook with it. 10 points for him. Guarded by Curry. The dish now to Wright from the arc. The Beast gets the defensive rebound.
Well, it looks like he's cooled down a bit after hitting those two in the first quarter.
Oh, and trying for it. Here's Curry, and Oklahoma City again with the bucket.
Both these teams really fighting hard here. This is an impressive matchup.
Yeah, not much separation able to be created either way, and I really marvel at the effort being expended by both of these teams.
Outside Westbrook. On the wing, Harden. Back to Westbrook. The Thunder pull it in.
Boy, surprised to see that one stay out.
Me too, Steve. I mean, those are ones that usually go down for sure. Even with every shot clanging off the rim, he seems determined to keep hoisting up these three. It might be time to get inside of that arc.
Guarded now by Durant. The three is launched, and Wright gets it to go on the assist by Westbrook. Wright's got 5 points now this quarter. Outside Curry. Guarded by Harden. Robinson against Lee. Westbrook against Durant. Beyond the arc. It's rebounded by Udoh. Udoh's got his 4th rebound in this one.
You know, Kevin, in his 3rd year in the NBA last season, Russell Westbrook really blossomed into a player that you could call an all-star. He played at a high level, career highs in assists and points.
He gathers. Shot is blocked. The Warriors leading. And after this one, they're home against Minnesota. And that game concludes a 5-game homestand. And Durant comes to help. Goes up. Udoh gets the bucket. Udoh's got 6. More on Westbrook, Steve, also had his best field goal percentage and free throw percentage. It's the NBA on 2K Sports from Oracle Arena in Oakland, California.
And we got a fun game going on out in Oakland as HP presents our halftime report. At the midway point, the Thunder are grinding it out. They're looking to make up some ground in this one. They're trying to get their... New Jersey ended up with a loss.
Here we go now, the start of the 3rd quarter, welcoming you back in a closely contested first half so far. Second half is underway, and here's who Scott Brooks has got on the floor. The Beast, he's in at center. Ibaka is out there with Durant. Then it's Nate Robinson, and it's Curry in at point guard. Harden can't hit.
I'll tell you what, for what's really an elementary shot, he looked a little nervous on that release. Scott Brooks enjoyed a long career in the NBA before becoming a coach playing point for a lot of teams over the course of 11 seasons in the league.
Westbrook kicks to Lee. Dishes to Harden. Outside Westbrook. Now the pass to Lee. Good luck. That's good, and so Westbrook comes up with the assist. Westbrook's got 4 assists now tonight. Well, back to Brooks. Even won a title, Steve, with the 94 Rockets.
Yeah, he was a tough player. One of those guys who pick you up full court, 94 feet, defend and scrap and claw for everything. And not really surprising to me that he eventually became a coach.
The Thunder leading by 3.
Oh, what?
Robinson passes to Durant.
What is he doing, man? Look.
Doesn't go either for Durant.
It's been a struggle for him
Look
offensively
here.
tonight, and they'd love to have his production out there.
Oh my God.
They rule this one goaltending.
First time I see
Well,
that.
you've got to get the ball out of his hands, bring an extra defender, and force somebody else to beat you.
I agree with you. Make him give it up.
Curry against Westbrook. Robinson for 3. Good, and Curry gets the assist. Robinson's got 8 points. Guys, they've been getting it done.
They sure have been. I mean, really looking good and sharp offensively.
Yeah, knocking down the open shots and really getting a nice flow to their game.
Goes up the baseline. No good from Lee.
And, you know, one key for the Thunder, why they're so tough, they do a great job.
And Kevin Durant with the slam. Let's see that again on the Sprite Slam Cam.
Boy, he's got enough hang time there to put a little something extra on that one. 2 scoops of ice cream after that.
Well, that's a play that's going to be remembered from this game, that's for sure.
I think that was more like a banana split, Clark.
Now here's Wright. He's guarded close. The Thunder leading by 6. Here's the Beast. The rebound by Harden. The Beast gets called for the reach. That's his first foul. Now a timeout called by Golden State.
Well, Oklahoma City has been gradually improving over the last few seasons, and one of the things they've done better at is winning on the road. Last year, 25-16, one of the very best marks in the NBA.
Westbrook kicks to Harden. He passes to Udo. Passes it to Westbrook. Shot clock at 6. With the clock winding down, that's good. Westbrook's got 12 points in the game. And for the Thunder, that continued improvement on the road, and Stevie just said 25-16. One of the signals of their growth into a legitimate contender.
Well, Kevin, they've got a lot of the things you need to have to win on the road. They rebound the basketball. They're a good free throw shooting team. They've got the best scorer in the league, one of the best scorers in the league, in Kevin Durant. And they can put the ball in the basket as a team. Again, I really think you've got to be able to score when you go on the road. Offensively, you've got to be able to put pressure on the home team's defense, and Oklahoma City has that capability.
That's good defense. Don't let a guy get a lay-in, foul hard, and send him to the free throw line.
Yeah, I like that billboard there, sending a message. You can't come in here and get anything free in our paint.
And the Warriors have had very little success over the last 15 years or so, but they've got new ownership in place, so there's hope. They've got some good young talent. They've manufactured their cap situation, and they're trying to bring in as many good players as possible. I think this has a chance to be an excellent franchise.
Here's Curry. And so he draws the foul on the shot, on trip to the line to shoot 2. Strong thoughts this.
Stephen Curry. 2.
Here is Cook. 6-point game. He kicks it to Maynard. Gives him the lead pass. Tries to save it. Out of bounds. And they retain possession. And we have a moment to take a look at the best three-point shooting teams in the NBA. The Warriors, number 1. In third, the Thunder.
Well, I tell you what, Kevin, both of these groups of guys can knock down the triple. I mean, they are deadly from behind that arc. Great shooters who don't feel like they need to rush their shots. They're always comfortable casting up those three-pointers.
Here we are in November. Let's see how things are shaking out in the West early in the season. Taking a look at Golden State, they're right now in the 8th spot in the conference here in the early part of the season. And of course, there's the Thunder, 3.5 games back.
Right now, looking at the Warriors, they've had a tough time setting themselves apart from the pack this season.
Yeah, they sure have. It's really been one of those years where nothing really gets going. There's never kind of an ignition that kicks in for this club. They just kind of seem to hover around the middle all year.
The Thunder leading by 3. Here's the Beast. Got him with the pump fake, but couldn't finish. He feeds it to Thornton. Here's Law. He has 7. Now Thornton feeds it to Harden. Just 5 to shoot. Gathers. And the basket by Thornton. They got on this roll a while ago, and they just haven't looked back. Here's Cephalosha. He dishes it to Maynard. Now the feed to Cook. Shot to stop the run. Can't get it to go. So the Warriors take it the other way. Got a piece of it.
Now that was just a heave down court. I don't like their chances.
Three-pointer. It's rebounded by Golden State.
Even against solid defense, he's still going to try to continue to make that shot.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I wouldn't bet against him in that situation next time.
Here's Law. Amundsen gets whistled for a loose ball foul. That'll be his second foul of the game.
His second person, second team.
They've been looking at of sorts in the last few possessions.
This is when they need to be patient, work the ball, and find a high percentage shot.
Here is Cook. He's guarded by Thornton. Cephalosha. The shot is off, so the Warriors take it the other way. Here's Law. He has 7. Here's Harden. The basket good off the assist from Law. And the Warriors lead by 1. Here is Cook. He's guarded by Williams. Here is Cook. There's the 3. Gets it to go. 5 points in the game.
Yeah, he's always going to pull the trigger when you give him that kind of look.
Here's Thornton. The basket good off the assist from Law. And it's all knotted up. Now Cephalosha. Here's the beast. Muhammad inside. He's against Amundsen. 5 on the clock. Here's Cook. And again, Oklahoma City with the triple.
Fellas, they are heating up from outside now.
Yep, of their last 5 hoops, 3 of them have come from long range.
Long kicks to Thornton. Kicks it to Long. From the top of the key, Harden can't hit.
There's no getting around the simple fact that that's a shot he has to knock down.
Here's Cephalosha. Working it around now from deep and unable to corral the miss, and it goes on a play. And here's a look at what's coming up for the Golden State Warriors. And after this one, they're home against Minnesota, and that'll be the final game of this 5-game homestand. Here's Westbrook. He's got 13.
And they'll slow it down, use a little clock.
Good call, partner. Hold it for the final one.
Pass to Thornton. 1 second left. No good on the buzzer beater. That concludes the third quarter. It continues to be an Now, while we've got a moment, we're going to send it over to Doris Burke for our Spark of the Game, presented by Sprite. Doris?
Kevin, you might have guessed the Sprite Spark today, the Oklahoma City Thunder. They're firing on all cylinders and are exactly where they want to be as they look to finish things out here in the final quarter of play.
Always great to hear from you, Doris. Darrell Wright and David Lee are the forwards. Charlie Bell out there with Russell Westbrook. And it's Udo in at the 5, down low. That's the Warriors' 5.
Well, with the Warriors' new ownership group, there's a lot of excitement from these fans who are among the best in the NBA. And you better believe that this ownership group is very passionate about building a winner. And they're going to do everything they can to make it happen.
The kick out to Wright. Launches a 3. And that comes off the assist by Russell Westbrook. Westbrook's got 6 assists here tonight. I would agree, Steve. You know, there's a new feeling and optimism, a new talent base, new ownership, and I love their brand new, their new uniforms last season. We've seen that logo before.
And the loyal fans hoping that the new blood will bring greater success. I mean, some of the best fans in the NBA with just 1 playoff appearance over the last 17 seasons. That won't exactly be the highest benchmark to clear, so they might be able to get back in the mix.
They've got great fans in that Bay Area, some of the best in the NBA.
Oh, come on now.
What a great example of how to set a good pick. He really allowed his man a wide open look.
Curry kicks to Durant. Deflects the pass. Lee with the steal.
That's his first turnover of the game, so for the most part, he's run the offense pretty well.
Now a timeout called by Oklahoma City.
You know, fellas, this Oklahoma City team is built the right way. I mean, been done with patience through the draft. I mean, you got to have some good fortune there when you're talking about the draft. The money's been spent wisely, and now I think they're starting to approach the finished product, the team capable of winning NBA titles for years to come. Certainly they'll be contending for them, you would think.
Sure. Doris Burke has an update for us. Doris?
Yes, Kevin, during that break, Coach Scott Brooks had some words for his team. He said in no uncertain terms, we're going to have to do it with grit and guts, but that's nothing new for us. That's exactly who we are. Guys?
Right from outside, another three for Golden State.
He looks good, getting it done consistently from deep.
Steve, I know you love the three ball, and he's been sharp, kind of like Steve Kerr used to be.
Robinson for three, and it goes out of bounds following the shot. And here's the upcoming schedule for the Thunder. After this one, they're off to Denver to take on the Nuggets. That'll be the third game of this three-game road trip. Here's Westbrook, and it's Golden State's ball. They picked up 11 straight. Backing down his lead. Lee left side. It's Ibaka picking him up. 6 to shoot. Ball's knocked loose. Out of bounds. And they'll keep possession. And some changes here.
Oh my God, the Jenner lose.
Here is Robinson. Hits the three-point bomb.
They're down right now, trying to stay in the game with the three ball. They shot a lot more here in the second half than they did in the first half. And I'm not sure I agree with that strategy.
Now a timeout called by Golden State. David Lee checked in for Charlie Bell. Here's Lee, outside Westbrook. The finger roll finish at the bucket. Westbrook's got 20.
A very good half for them from the field. They've got their shooting percentage up over 50%.
Now, they got a great chance to go ahead and close this game out because their offense is really clicking right now.
Durant, a little shot fake there, got the D out of position. Durant's got 4 points in the quarter. And here's Golden State. They're on a 13-5 run here. Westbrook dishes to Udo. And slam dunk. Wow! Now the Sprite slam cam for the replay.
Knocking down shots, really playing well here in the fourth.
You know, I call it playing through the finish line, not running to it, playing through it, and that's what they're doing, right to the final buzzer.
Look from Ibaka. Good, and the assist goes to Robinson.
Boy, he did a nice job losing his man on a good pick and then just buried the jumper. That is basketball 101 right there, Kevin.
Now here's Westbrook. Guarded by Kerr. Westbrook passes to Udo. Crafty move. Dunks it down.
He just had to hang around for a while. A little extra hang time on that dunk and made sure the photo op didn't go to waste.
I'll tell you what, that's usually a technical foul, but I think he got away with that one there.
Here's the beast. It's Durant on the wing. Guarded by Wright. Down to 5 on the shot clock. They grab their own miss. Goes back up. And again, Serge Ibaka.
Now they may have to climb on his back to get back into this game.
Harden against Robinson. Outside Westbrook. Left side Westbrook. Here's the dish to Udo. All sorts of time. And the Warriors tack on 2 more.
The last 3 scores, their last 3 scores now all have assists on them.
It's amazing what it does to a defense when you start moving the ball crisply. It just forces them into tough situations.
1:31 left in the fourth quarter. Durant kicks to Robinson. Guarded by Harden.
What are you doing,
Robinson missing again.
Well, unfortunately, he just has not been able to produce offensively to this point.
Right against Robinson. Westbrook kicks to Lee. Puts it up. And that comes off the assist by Russell Westbrook. 14 points for David Lee.
An excellent display of passing out there, fellas. I mean, 8 of their last 10 points have been assisted on.
Well, they continue to find the open man and play unselfishly. This is true team basketball we're seeing.
Harden dishes to Westbrook. That is good.
That's a dagger. That will probably finish this game.
Yeah, it's over, Steve. Convincing closeout.
Durant for 3. And a great assist by Curry as that one goes in.
You know, guys, he's always looking for that open 3. I mean, that's his strength, and sometimes the best time to get the 3 is in transition.
Curry against Westbrook. Guarded by Curry. Right from outside. Another 3 for Golden State.
Well, they've looked good here tonight, and now they are coasting to the finish line.
Steve, just a matter of time right now.
Snatched up. Second chance shot. And there's the whistle. Fouled hard on the shot. He'll go to the line. Udo picks one up. That free throw, no good. That one is no good. And here we go with James Harden. And here's Westbrook. So we see the Warriors
can't
taking the
win,
lead.
man.
Some days, Clark, everything
We
goes
can't
right for
win
a team, and they
for
just had one
any
of those
reason.
games.
Yeah, it certainly was. I mean, these guys played a great all-around basketball game here.
That'll do it for now. For Doris Burke, Steve Kerr, and Clark Kellogg, and the rest of the 2K Sports
Welcome to an NBA starting 5. You have to be excited about the chance to prove yourself as a starter. Any thoughts you'd like to share?
Yeah, man, it's a real honor. I've been working hard for so many years to get a chance to make my mark in the NBA. I mean, getting drafted, going through training camp, playing in my first game. It's all gone by so quickly, and now I'm getting a chance to start for this team. I'm really excited for the opportunity. Can't wait for the next game.
Welcome, everyone, to the NBA Live on 2K Sports. This is Kevin Harlan, alongside Clark Kellogg and Steve Kerr. And our sideline reporter is Doris Burke. And the Nuggets on friendly ground as they continue this homestand. Their last encounter was in Oklahoma City, where they were able to handle the Thunder.
And it was a total group effort offensively. That was the key. A great game for the bench guys.
Well, one of the things you want from your bench guys is energy and enthusiasm, and when you bring it, you can make an impact on the game.
Now the opening lineup for the Oklahoma City Thunder. The Beast in its center. Nate Robinson is out there with Steph Curry.
I'll tell you what, I bet that's the best assist we're going to see tonight.
Well, he laid it up there, Steve, a pass where only his teammate could get it.
Perfect timing. I mean, that's what you need to make that kind of a connection.
Guys, if you're a visiting team, I mean, the Pepsi Center is one of the toughest places to try to steal a win. I mean, the altitude isn't helping matters, that's for sure, and it can actually literally take the wind out of it.
Curry kicks to Robinson. No one near him. Takes a big high bounce and goes in.
And defensively, remember, you got to fight through screens to avoid giving up open looks.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Steve. And the defense has to go over the top of that screen. I think that's how they get it done.
Now here's a Flalo. Right now averaging 5 points a game. Shot clock at 6. Puts it up. Lawson outside. Backing down is Martin. Second shot opportunity. Good on the shot. Martin's got his second bucket.
Yeah, why not? Keep firing. He's shooting really well here early on.
And for the Nuggets, going back to their home court advantage. You know, when you get off the opposing team bus, the first sign you see as you go in that doorway is, just to warn you folks, you're a mile high and breathing. Right? And
that's
you played there, you saw it.
No, that's right.
It's hard to breathe here. So now you mix in their high energy, that high pace of game that they go through. I mean, wow, what a combination.
Yeah, it's a lethal combination if you're a road team.
And they're too deep at every position, guys, so they can really put some pressure on you at both ends of the floor.
And Doris Burke spoke with George Clark. Doris?
Kevin, he told me he communicated to his players the need for an unselfish offensive attitude tonight. Sometimes we get caught up trying to do too much as individuals, so I told my guys, the more touches we get every trip, the happier I'll be. Kevin?
Okay, Doris, thanks. So Clark and Steve, they'll be focusing first and foremost on their offense today.
And I guess what they're thinking, guys, is if they can get going at that end of the floor, it'll carry over to the defensive end.
Well, that's generally the way it works. I mean, offense feeds your defense and vice versa. But if you can bring energy and score points early, that's going to be a huge help for this club today. Wilson Chandler was one of the key components of that Carmelo Anthony trade last year. Denver very happy to have him. Comes over as a big scorer. Good. Wow. That was a dangerous pass, but he put it right where it had to be.
Here's Lawson. He's coming off a 19-point game against Indiana. There's the dish to a Flalo. Left side Chandler. Outside for Lawson. Another three for Denver.
He found the open man on the perimeter and got the ball to him.
Here's Curry. Right now averaging 21 points a game. Picked up by Nene. Outside Robinson. Trying to go big for the alley-oop, but good defense got in the way.
The opening was there for a split second, but he didn't get it there in time.
Thunder trailing by 5. The feed to Durant. Good, and the assist goes to Robinson. Robinson's got 3 assists tonight. Lawson outside. Offside Lawson. Outside Martin. Backing down is Chandler. Over Durant. Again, the Nuggets score. Here's Curry. Still looking to get on the scoreboard. Outside Durant. Back to Curry. Jumps up. Can't hit.
what was
Denver
that,
takes it
man?
the other way. Defeated by the Pacers in their last game, they'll try to put that one behind them.
I thought they forced a lot of shots offensively, guys. They just didn't seem organized or efficient at that end of the floor. That's why they got so stagnant and shot such a poor percentage.
Couldn't agree more. Disorganized would be a word. Dysfunctional. I mean, way too many times they're going one-on-one or running the shot clock all the way down and then having to jack some crazy shot up. That was the problem, just not organized.
Aflalo, guarded by Robinson. Shoots from the right block. Thunder trailing by 5. And here comes the break. Curry kicks to Ibaka. Now Chandler defending. Screen by Ibaka. Shoots off the screen. Robinson, that's good. Robinson's got his second basket of the night.
Great screen there. It sprung him open, and he took advantage.
Timeout is called. First of the game for the Nuggets.
Well, Oklahoma City has been
Hey guys, watch a little bit. I want
over the last few seasons.
to do something. I'll be right
One of the
back.
things they've done better at is winning on the road. Last year, 25-16, one of the very best marks in the NBA.
Catching up on the changes for Denver. Anderson comes in for Nene. And Gary Forbes subs in for Aaron Aflalo. Lawson kicks to Forbes. Perkins against Martin. 6 to shoot. Left side, Martin. Cans it from downtown. Martin's got 7 points. And for the Thunder, that continued improvement on the road, and Stevie just said 25-16. Clark, one of the signals of their growth into a legitimate contender.
Well, Kevin, they've got a lot of the things you need to have to win on the road. They rebound the basketball. They're a good free throw shooting team. They've got the best scorer in the league, one of the best scorers in the league, in Kevin Durant. And they can put the ball in the basket as a team. Again, I really think you've got to be able to score when you go on the road. Offensively, you've got to be able to put pressure on the home team's defense, and Oklahoma City has that capability. Boy, that's a surprising miss right there. He usually feasts on those wide open opportunities.
Outside Curry. Durant against Chandler. Launches it. Durant. That's good. Now just a 1-point Nugget lead. And here comes Lawson. Right now averaging 17 points a game. Guarded by Curry. Lawson. And the layup falls. Lawson's got 5 men.
Well, everyone seems to have the hot hand here early on.
You know, if they keep up this scoring pace, we'll definitely see some big point totals from both of these teams.
Here's Curry, and he finishes on the layup. Curry's got his first bucket of the night.
Scott Brooks, winner of the 2010 Coach of the Year award. He and, of course, Kevin Durant have been a big reason why the Thunder have moved up the ladder to become one of the league's elite teams.
Lawson outside, guarded now by Durant. Curry brings the double. Clock at 6. Here is Forbes, guarded by Robinson. The shot's good from Forbes. Back to Brooks for a second. It's been amazing to see him transform his team from what they were, Steve, to what they are now.
Well, every year they've taken steps forward, and now they're poised to become one of the elite teams in the league. It gets a lot tougher, though, from here on out. The honeymoon is over, and it's time for them to get to that elite level. And they've got to get better. They have to make some internal improvement.
Curry against Lawson. Guarded by Curry.
Welcome to
Ty Lawson again. Now it's a 5-point Nugget lead.
Probably time to bring an extra defender, change up the defense a little bit.
Well, Steve, he's been so good. I think they got to take the ball out of his hands right now.
Curry backing down. There's the double team with Martin. Curry passes to Perkins. He feeds it to Robinson. Off target from 3-point range. The Nuggets leading by 5. Stolen by Robinson.
Turned it over there, but they built this lead by making the most of their possessions and keeping their turnovers really low.
And Muhammad kicks to Curry. 6 on the shot clock. Lawson defending. The Thunder with another miss. They play the clock right, Steve. They can go 2 for 1.
Yeah, just have to time it right. Make sure you work the clock correctly. You get 2 possessions out of this.
Robinson picks him up. Open look. That's good from Chandler on the assist by Lawson. Lawson's got his 4th assist with that last one here tonight. Kicks to Perkins. Durant against Chandler. Durant, no good. Shoots, unloads. Got it off in time, but it's no good. The basket's coming early and often in the first quarter. The Nuggets on top, leading by 7.
Boy, a ton of threes in that first quarter. This team really lighting it up, guys.
Yeah, it's been an onslaught from downtown.
And we'll see you in just a moment.
Well, in a point, we will start to win. But when it's going to come that point, I don't know.
Next Wednesday, Dirk Nowitzki and the Dallas Mavericks go up against Derrick Rose.
Yeah, what's happened? Tell me that it didn't crash or something. Oh my god. It crashed. Probably. Let's wait a little bit. Oh, my game crashed. Yeah, I have to start it again. I can't even close it. What happened, man? Okay, guys, I will close the stream and I will open it again because my computer is